Chapter 1961. Big Brother Longhua. Yang Xiao let go of her father's hand and quickly ran over to Longhua. My father and I are here. Today's opening business is so good. Is there anything I can do to help? Longhua smiled slightly and nodded at her. Miss Xiao is a guest today. How could I ask for your help? He paused and then gestured to the two of them. Patriarch Yang, Miss Xiao, please come in. The Yang family head nodded slightly and didn't say much. He walked inside. Although he didn't show it on his face, he was already very curious. What kind of scene was inside? What kind of pills would there be? Filled with curiosity, he walked in with his daughter. When he entered, he couldn't help but be stunned when he saw the densely packed customers inside. He didn't expect that there would be so many people inside, even though there were so many people outside. Moreover, there were so many people inside, but it wasn't noisy. Instead, they were all whispering in low voices. He noticed that some of the old men from the various clans in the city had also come. They were gathered around the counter in groups of 3 or 4, talking about something. He walked forward from the back and leaned forward to take a look. His eyes widened as he whispered, "Fourth Order Origin Breaking Pill. This color is definitely of the highest quality." As he whispered, he pushed aside the people from the various clans and squeezed forward to take a closer look. His expression was excited. It can't be wrong. It can't be wrong. It's a Fourth Order Origin Breaking Pill. This rare pill is actually placed in this corner. It's really... He couldn't think of anything to say, but his expression was full of excitement. He immediately turned around and said to Longhua, who was slowly walking over, "I want this pill. Wrap it up for me. Wrap it up for me." The patriarchs and elders of the various clans looked at each other and then laughed. One of them patted Patriarch Yang's shoulder and said, "Brother Yang, don't be too excited. This origin-breaking pill has already been bought by someone. We just asked, there's no more left." "That's right, we came before you and didn't even get a single one. You're so slow to get here. Even if there was one, it would have been taken by someone else." An old man next to him also said, stroking his beard. His originally unbalanced mood was finally balanced. "That's right. The Heavenly Dan Building's pills were all limited in quantity. The rank 4 yuan breaking pill that was placed here had already been bought by someone. Sigh. Old Yang, seeing that you can't buy it, I feel balanced." The Yang family's patriarch glared at them and said, "You old bastards, you're all psychopaths. Your mentality is bad. It's not balanced. Humph." He turned around and looked at Longhua, who was slowly walking over, and immediately walked up with a smile. "Longhua, do you still have this origin-breaking pill? Can you tell your master to sell one to me?" Hearing this, Longhua smiled gently and said, "Since Patriarch Yang has spoken, I will tell my master about this matter. I believe that not only because of young Lady Yang's face, but also because Patriarch Yang readily sold this building to us, my master will also make an exception for Patriarch Yang." He spoke slowly. These few words made Patriarch Yang's heart burst with joy. His impression of Longhua suddenly improved, and he felt that he had gained face in front of his old friends. He was very happy. Chapter 1962. As soon as he finished speaking, he didn't forget to turn around and look at the envious and jealous people. Although he didn't say anything, his expression seemed to say, "Look, my face is still bigger, right?" Longhua smiled. After saying goodbye, he was about to turn around and leave, but he was stopped by those people. "Manager Lung, look this." One of them stepped forward and rubbed his hands. He also wanted a breakthrough energy pill. Longhua didn't wait for them to speak. He smiled and said, "Everyone, take your time. Besides the first floor, there are also many good things on the second floor." He pointed to the staircase on the second floor and said, "With your wealth and strength, you are already qualified to go up to the second floor." As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and left, not giving them a chance to speak. The second floor? By the way, they said that the things on the second floor are better. The first floor only has some ordinary things. Should we go up and take a look? One of them suggested. "Let's go. There's nothing wrong with going up and taking a look." Another person also said and walked toward the staircase on the second floor. However, at this moment, a noise came from outside the door, and they couldn't help but stop in their tracks. Look, the president of the Alchemy Guild is here. Don't tell me they're here to cause trouble. After all, the Heavenly Pill House made such a big commotion. Will they? It shouldn't be, right? No matter what, he is still the president of the Alchemy Guild. Moreover, this president is not the vice president. If it were the vice president, it would be possible. But if it's the president, you can rest assured. He is a very fair and upright person. He shouldn't play any dirty tricks. Listening to the whispers of the crowd, the vice president, who was following behind the president, blushed and glanced at those people angrily. However, he couldn't vent his anger because the president was here. Otherwise, he would definitely teach these people a lesson. Today is the grand opening of the Heavenly Pill House. We came here to congratulate you. I wonder who is the manager of this house. The president asked with a smile as his gaze swept across the crowd. Du Fan and Lung Hua looked at each other and walked forward at the same time. We are the managers of the Heavenly Pill House. My surname is Lung. My surname is Du. The two introduced each other briefly. After that, Du Fan didn't say anything else. Instead, he glanced at Lung Hua. Lung Hua asked warmly, "How should I address you?" My surname is Fan, and I am the president of the Alchemy Guild in 100 River City. You could call me President Fan. He smiled and gestured behind him as he said, "I'm here today to congratulate the Tower Lord. It's just a small token of appreciation." Lung Hua smiled and said, "President Fan, you're exaggerating. My master has already instructed that the Heavenly Elixir Building will only receive guests and not gifts. President Fan, you might as well take back your gift and take a look around our Heavenly Elixir Building first." "How dare you?" The vice president behind him shouted sternly. He glared at Lung Hua and shouted, "The president personally came to deliver the congratulatory gift because he wanted to meet the owner of this building. How dare you, a lowly steward, so rudely refuse?" Facing his rebuke, Lung Hua smiled gently and asked, "How should I address you? I am the vice president of the Alchemy Guild." He puffed out his chest and raised his chin. Chapter 1963. The young man in front of him had only asked a question and then ignored him. The vice president's heart burned with anger. He was a little angry, but also a little embarrassed. He was the vice president of the Alchemy Guild. This young man actually dared to ignore him like this. He was really arrogant and didn't know any manners. Yet just as he was about to angrily rebuke him, he caught a glimpse of the guild president's gaze. He couldn't help but swallow his anger. "In that case, I'll put away this gift first." He waved his hand, indicating for the alchemist to put away the gift and leave. Then he said to Lung Hua, "I just don't know if I could trouble Steward Lung to accompany me and explain. I'd be honored." Lung Hua made a gesture of invitation and walked inside with him. The people who were paying attention to this side all dispersed. Although they didn't stare at them anymore, they still secretly paid attention to them. As they walked inside, Lung Hua said warmly from the side, "The pills on this floor are all listed as ordinary by my master. In addition to the pills, there are also some commonly used medicines and things like knife wound powder." They looked around while listening to Lung Hua's explanation. When they saw that there were only medicine bottles placed in the cabinets, but no pills, they frowned slightly. They didn't see any pills. There was only a medicine bottle and some notes with the pill's grade and price written on it. As they walked further inside, they saw a pill placed in a cabinet. When they saw the pill, the alchemists behind the guild president narrowed their eyes and quickly walked forward. "This is a 4th level pill? A 4th level pill is just an ordinary pill. Look at the color of this pill and how beautiful the pill patterns are. This is a top-grade 4th level pill. This kind of pill is actually listed as an ordinary pill. What a waste of God's gift," an alchemist said with an agitated expression. His expression was indignant, as if he felt that such a precious pill shouldn't be listed as an ordinary pill. Hearing the alchemist's words, the people around laughed in low voices. Is this a waste of God's gift appropriate? Is this alchemist too excited? Cough. The president in front coughed lightly and shot a glance at the agitated and indignant alchemist. "Lower your voice. You are not allowed to make a ruckus in here." While speaking, He pointed to a few words hanging on the wall that prohibited loud ruckus. When the alchemist saw that everyone was looking at him, his face couldn't help but turn red. He responded with a yes before lowering his eyes. However, his gaze still occasionally glanced toward the fourth-grade, upper-grade medicinal pill on the counter, his eyes filled with admiration. If such a medicinal pill was only an ordinary medicinal pill, then what would a medicinal pill be like if it was classified as a rare medicinal pill? Thinking of this, his heart was filled with excitement, and he was full of expectations for the heavenly pill house. At this time, he no longer had his original anger and disdain. Just from the fact that it was a 4-stage upper-grade pill, he already knew that there was definitely a heavyweight alchemist in charge. Lung Hua maintained a warm smile on his face. He looked at them and gestured for them to enter. The pill in the center in front of us is the strange fragrance pill. It's a pill newly refined by my master. The strange fragrance that fills the city is also the fragrance of this strange fragrance pill. Chapter 1964. That's right. Lung Hua replied and didn't say anything else. Instead, he let them look at the pill by themselves. The president of the Alchemist Guild smelled the medicinal fragrance and looked at the fist-sized pill. His face was filled with astonishment as he exclaimed, "This should be a pill refined from over 100 types of precious spiritual flowers. From the color and medicinal fragrance of the pill, I can tell that this is definitely a precious item." Lung Hua stood to the side and didn't say anything else. These people were the president of the Alchemy Guild, so they could naturally tell how good the pill was. "Manager Lung, I want this Origin Breaker pill." An alchemist pointed at the pill placed in the corner of the counter and said. Lung Hua glanced at the pill and smiled slightly. "This Origin Breaker pill has been sold out. Not only this one, but most of the pills on the first floor had already been reserved. You can go to the second floor to take a look. There aren't many pills on the second floor, but every one of them is definitely a treasure among treasures." Lung Hua gestured to them and invited them to go to the second floor. Seeing this, the president nodded and said with a smile, "All right, let's go to the second floor to take a look at the precious pills of the heavenly pill building." As he said this, he walked forward, only to see a few familiar people standing on the stairs of the second floor. "Patriarchs, you're here too?" He greeted them with a smile. "Hee, President Fan, long time no see." The patriarchs, standing at the stairs, also smiled and returned the greeting. They said, "We were just about to go to the second floor to take a look. Since President Fan is here too, please come with us." "Please go ahead," President Fan said, and gestured for them to go first. They didn't refuse and went up to the second floor first. Then, the people from the Alchemy Guild followed. Seeing them go up to the second floor, a man also wanted to go up to the second floor to take a look. However, he was stopped at the stairs. There are rules to go up to the second floor. This guest can take a look at the rules first. The person who was stopped glanced at the man who stopped him from going up, then looked at the wooden sign hanging at the side. After reading the words written on it for a while, he retreated with a red face. Someone curiously went up to take a look and saw that it said that the people who went up to the second floor not only had to have a certain amount of gold coins, they also had to be people with status. Moreover, they had to register their information in the Heavenly Pill House's book. That's normal. If you don't have the money, you can't buy it. That's true. The pills on the first floor are already not cheap, not to mention the second floor. However, I think there must be a lot of life-saving pills on the second floor. Even if the price is expensive, at least it gives people hope. I think it's good. That's right. Speaking of which, the Heavenly Pill Building opened today, but I didn't see the owner of the Heavenly Pill Building. What kind of person? It should be an old man. I heard that these pills were personally refined by the Heavenly Pill House's owner. He must be an experienced old man with the ability to refine pills and make medicine. That's true. I think he'll be an old man with a sage-like demeanor. Chapter 1965. This is a sixth grade elixir. One of the family heads was almost lying on top of the transparent counter. His eyes were wide open as he stared at the elixir placed on the counter. He couldn't hide the shock and excitement in his eyes. Lung Hua glanced at the elixir and smiled. "Yes, this is a sixth grade elixir. This elixir is an advancement elixir. Cultivators of the fairy realm can break through after consuming it. This is a 5th grade recovery elixir. Isn't this a healing elixir? This color, this elixir pattern, this. Another family head also widened his eyes as he stared at the other elixir on the counter. This elixir. A few people gathered around a bottle of elixir. Looking at the words written on a small piece of paper in front of the elixir, they couldn't help but swallow their saliva. Can it really increase one's combat power in an instant? This is a 6th grade recovery elixir? How heaven-defying must the person who refined this elixir be? This bottle looks a little familiar. I think I've seen it somewhere before. One of them stared at the bottle and thought for a while. Suddenly, he slapped his forehead. I remember now. This is the special bottle used by the ghost, Dr. Fungio. He suddenly turned his head to look at the young man, standing not far away. Your master is the ghost, Dr. Fungio? The owner of this heavenly pill house is Fungio? He's the ghost doctor? Hearing this, the others were slightly startled. Who is this ghost, Dr. Fungio? Was he famous? Why hadn't they heard of him? Is that so? Is your master Fungio the ghost doctor? Is the owner of this heavenly pill house the ghost doctor? The middle-aged man looked excited as he quickly walked in front of Lung Hua and asked. Seeing this, everyone's gazes fell on the gentle young man in white. They thought to themselves, when we go back, we have to find out who this ghost Dr. Fungio is. Why was the Yin clan head so agitated when he mentioned the ghost Dr. Fungio? Lung Hua smiled warmly, slowly saying, That's right, my master is the ghost doctor. As his voice fell, he looked at Patriarch Yin and said, Patriarch Yin has good eyesight. Hearing the confirmation, Patriarch Yin was so excited that his face turned red. It really is the ghost doctor's pill. This is great. This is great. Manager Lung, I want this medicinal pill. This one, and this one, I want both of them. As if he was afraid that someone else would beat him to it, he hurriedly pointed at the 2 pills that caught his eye. Lung Hua smiled and said, In addition to the price of the medicinal pills on the 2nd floor, you also need to exchange 3 spirit herbs to obtain them. Patriarch Yin, do you have the spirit herbs listed on each medicinal pill in your residence? Yes. I happen to have all of them at home. Patriarch Yin hurriedly said. Seeing this, Lung Hua said, Then I'll call someone to register for Patriarch Yin first. Later, we'll need to test the pills. Patriarch Yin can return to his residence during this period of time to prepare the items and bring them here. Once the pills are tested, you can bring them back. Good. I'll immediately go back and prepare. As he spoke, Lung Hua beckoned for someone to come over. He walked a few steps with that person, then turned back. Manager Lung, you must leave these 2 pills for me. I'll return immediately. Chapter 1966. Lung Hua didn't say much. He just accompanied them on the 2nd floor. Among them, some of the family heads took a fancy to the elixir, but they didn't have the corresponding 3 medicinal herbs to exchange for it. They asked, Manager Lung, can these 3 medicinal herbs be exchanged for gold coins? I don't have these 3 medicinal herbs in my residence, but I need this elixir very much. Do you think you can make it easier for me? I'm sorry, this is the rules set by my master. I can't break it, Lung Hua said warmly. What if I pay double the price? The family head asked, unwilling to give up. However, before Lung Hua could speak, someone next to him sneered. Do you think you can do anything with money? Do you think this heavenly pill house is short of money? It was a slightly plump middle-aged man in brocade clothes. He held his stomach with both hands and looked at Lung Hua. Manager Lung, I want this elixir. My family happens to have these 3 medicinal herbs. As he spoke, he glanced at the family head with some pride. It seems that this elixir is not fated with you. Okay, let's follow the procedure, Lung Hua said. Suddenly, he heard a commotion downstairs. He couldn't help but frown slightly and said to the air, Go down and see what's going on. Yes, a voice in the dark responded. Then they saw a black figure flash out like a ghost. It was so fast that they were stunned. They knew that someone was watching them, but they didn't expect that the person in the dark on the 2nd floor would be so good at hiding his aura. That person's speed was so fast. The black-clothed man flashed down, but they couldn't detect how many people were watching them in the dark on the 2nd floor. What surprised them even more was that this young man in white, with a gentle smile on his face, could mobilize such a powerful person with just a few words. It was obvious that he was not simple. Thinking of this, they couldn't help but carefully size up the young man in front of them. This young man didn't look old, but his behavior was calm and his face was gentle. He looked like he didn't have a temper. More importantly, the people present were not weak, but they couldn't see through this young man's cultivation. Was he stronger than them? So they couldn't see through his strength? That shouldn't be possible. Otherwise, did he practice some cultivation method to hide his strength? While they were guessing, the black figure who had left earlier flashed again and appeared behind Lung Hua. He whispered a few words. "Everyone, you could take a look. If there's anyone who's interested and has the appropriate medicine at home, you can get someone to register you. We'll have someone to handle the handover." Lung Hua said warmly, then paused and said, "Something happened downstairs. I'll go down and take a look. Excuse me." The president of the Alchemy Guild nodded and said with a smile. He watched the young man turn around and leave. Only then did he look at the pills. It had to be said that the pills on the second floor were more precious than those on the first floor. Anyone the pills here was enough to make people go crazy. However, the Heavenly Pill House actually put them out like this. Such boldness was not something an ordinary person would have. Seeing Lung Hua leave and hearing that something had happened on the first floor, some of the family heads walked around. The more they looked, the more their hearts itched. They only had money, and their families either lacked one or two of the 3 medicinal herbs. Some of them didn't even have one. While they were sighing in their hearts, they put on a strong front. Chapter 1967. If he continued to look, he would not be able to buy the elixir he wanted. If he continued to look, he would only feel an unbearable itch in his heart. It was a pity that he could not buy the elixirs on the second floor, even if he had the money. Then, he would go to the first floor to take a look. He might even be able to buy 1 or 2. At this time, the crowd on the first floor had gathered in a circle and were whispering to each other. In the middle of the crowd, an old man was lying motionless on the ground. His face was dark purple, and his lips and eyes were purple. He looked as if he had been poisoned. This person looks unfamiliar. He shouldn't be from our 100 Rivers city. Why did he barge in from outside just now? This person's cultivation level is at the peak of the fairy realm. This kind of strength is not weak. Even among the big families in our city, he could be considered a figure. He is still injured. Look, there's a trace of blood on his chest. Moreover, the blood has already turned black. It looks like he has been poisoned. So, this person should not have been sent by the other elixir stores in the city to cause trouble for the Heavenly Elixir building. It doesn't look like it. However, this person did not go anywhere else but barged in here with injuries. When they saw him barge in from outside just now, many people were shocked. Who would have thought that he would fall down after just a few steps? Fan Lin, who was surrounded in the middle, helped the unconscious old man on the ground feel his pulse. He then said to Du Fan, who was beside him, "He has been poisoned. The poison has entered his veins, and all his internal organs have been damaged. He is only hanging on by a thread." Upon hearing this, Du Fan nodded. When he saw Lung Hua, he whispered something to him, then called out, "Someone, carry him to the backyard." Hearing this, the crowd was slightly surprised. Carry him to the backyard? Were the people from the Heavenly Elixir building preparing to treat him? Just as they were all puzzled, they heard a voice. "Wait." The vice president walked down from above, glanced at Du Fan and Lung Hua, and sneered. "Isn't your Heavenly Dan building's pill known as the Heavenly Dan pill? It is said that the Tower Master has the medical skills to bring the dead back to life. Now that there is a poisoned and injured person here, why don't we invite the Tower Master to treat this person and let us all witness the Tower Master's medical skills?" Hearing this, everyone had different expressions. This person looked like he only had a single breath left. Let the people of the Heavenly Pill House treat him? If he died, wouldn't that mean, at the same time, in the attic on the 3rd floor, Fengjiu was resting on a soft couch with her eyes closed. She didn't know what was happening downstairs because Xinyuan Mose, who was sitting next to her, had set up a soundproof barrier so that she could have a good sleep. Therefore, they didn't know what was happening on the 1st floor. It wasn't until Leng Hua knocked on the door that Feng Jiu slowly woke up. "You're awake?" Xin Yuan Mose asked, looking at her sleepy face. "Yes, I heard someone knocking on the door." Feng Jiu rubbed her eyes, looked at Xin Yuan Mose, and then looked at Leng Hua, who was standing next to her. "What's wrong? Is there something wrong?" "If there's nothing wrong, Leng Hua shouldn't have come up." "Master, the first floor." Leng Hua briefly explained what had happened on the first floor, including the vice president's provocation. After hearing this, Feng Jiu raised the corners of her mouth and smiled. "It's just a vice president. Don't pay attention to him." Chapter 1968. Do you know him? When Xin Yuan Mose saw her expression, he knew that she must know the old man downstairs. They probably had some kind of relationship. "Yes," Feng Jiu responded and said to Leng Hua, "Carry him to the backyard." "Yes," Leng Hua responded and quickly turned to go downstairs. "I'll go down and take a look. You sit down first," she said to Xin Yuan Mose, and followed him downstairs to the backyard. At this time, the atmosphere on the first floor became a little strange because of the vice president's words. The people around them stopped whispering and looked at them, wondering how the Heavenly Pill Building would deal with this matter. From the looks of it, the vice president of the Alchemy Guild wouldn't let this matter pass so easily. Even if the people of the Heavenly Pill Building didn't treat the old man, dragging it out until the old man died in the Heavenly Pill Building would damage the reputation of the Heavenly Pill Building. After all, today was their first day of business. If someone died on their first day of business, it would be bad luck. "Master ordered us to send him to the backyard." Leng Hua's voice came from behind. Everyone stepped aside and saw two men preparing to carry the old man. However, when the vice president saw this scene, he shouted again, "Wait a minute!" Leng Hua frowned slightly, and Du Fan's face turned cold. However, this time, before they could speak, they heard a voice. "The vice president has repeatedly stopped me. Why? Do you have the ability to treat him?" A cold voice came from somewhere and echoed in the Heavenly Pill Building. Whether it was the first floor or the second floor, everyone could hear the voice clearly. When the vice president heard this voice, he was delighted and immediately asked, "Are you the master of the Heavenly Pill Building?" He finally forced him out. However, why did this voice sound like a woman? The old man in front of the vice president's life is hanging by a thread, and you still have the mind to ask me who I am and stall for time. This mentality is really shameless. Your behavior is really inconsistent with your title as the vice president of the Alchemy Guild. While Feng Jiu was speaking, Leng Hua had already ordered people to carry the old man to the backyard. Seeing the man being carried away, the vice president, who had been mocked and ridiculed, turned red. He swung his sleeves and shouted angrily, "Umph! You little girl, how impudent! I think you're a coward. Otherwise, why would you hide your head and not dare to show your face?" Before he could finish his words, he suddenly felt a powerful pressure pressing down on him, forcing him to bend over and kneel down involuntarily. At the same time, he let out a muffled groan as the blood in his body surged. A mouthful of heart blood gushed out from his throat and spilled out from the corner of his mouth. At this moment, he was greatly shocked. His face turned deathly pale with a swoosh, and his body was trembling. A kind of fear that surged from the depths of his heart suddenly enveloped him, causing him to be unable to say a word. He only knew extreme fear, as if his heart and blood vessels would explode in the next moment. As long as the other party thought about it, he would immediately die. How can this monarch's woman be lectured by an ant like you? You really don't know life from death. Xin Yuan Mose's voice came from the attic. Even if he didn't come down, the powerful pressure pressed down on the vice president's body. It was as if Mount Tai was pressing down on him, causing his face to turn pale, and he couldn't say a word. Chapter 1969. His face was pale, and his body was forced to bend down by the powerful pressure. He was almost lying on the ground, as if he couldn't breathe, but he couldn't call for help. Seeing this, he was horrified. He hurried to the first floor, cupped his hands, and said, "Please be magnanimous. He didn't mean to offend you. Get out of the Heavenly Pill Building." Xin Yuan Mose's deep voice rang out. He withdrew his pressure, and the kneeling vice president fell to the ground and fainted. "Quick, send him back," the president of the Alchemist Guild hurriedly said to the alchemists behind him. The alchemists came back to their senses and quickly went forward to help the unconscious vice president up. They quickly brought him out and went to the Alchemist Guild. When President Fan saw this, he couldn't help but sigh in relief. He wondered who the person upstairs was. His pressure was so powerful. If he didn't withdraw his pressure, would he have taken the vice president's life? He had no doubt about this. After letting out a light breath and calming down for a while, he suddenly realized that the unconscious old man had been carried away. After such a thing happened on the first floor, there were still no other accidents or trouble. It seemed that there were indeed many people guarding inside and outside, so no one dared to cause trouble here. Only the vice president, who didn't have a brain, would have the courage to scold the people of the Heavenly Pill building. He was really tired of living. At this time, in the backyard, Fengjiu looked at the old man with purple lips and frowned. This old man was none other than Elder Tan. However, she didn't expect to see Elder Tan in Hundred River City, and under such circumstances. "Master, it seems like he's being chased." Famlin glanced at the old man and said, "Moreover, he's poisoned. The poison has entered his meridians, and only a 5th-grade detoxification pill or above can detoxify the poison in his body. In addition to the poison, his internal organs are also damaged. If you want to save him, I'm afraid that although he knew that his master's medical skills were brilliant, this old man had already stepped into the gates of hell. If you wanted to save him, it would consume a lot of pills and manpower. I know this person. No matter what, since we're here, we have to save him," she said slowly. She knew that Famlin's concern was that after saving Elder Tan, the enemies behind him would target the Heavenly Pill building. She took out a 5th-grade detoxification pill from the space and let Famlin feed it. Then, she checked Elder Tan again. After Famlin fed the 5th-grade detoxification pill to the old man's mouth, he stood aside and waited to help his master. Seeing her examine the old man and then take out the silver needles, he stepped forward and untied the old man's clothes. His shirt was undone, but he only saw a small wound on his chest that was oozing black blood. He didn't see any hidden weapons, so he was puzzled. He saw his master reach out and press on the side, then inserted a few needles, temporarily sealing the blood flowing on his chest. She then saw her master take out a sharp knife and make a small cut on the wound. She then used a pair of tweezers to examine the wound. Not long after, she saw the tweezers pick out a small hidden weapon. Chapter 1970. Master, this kind of hidden weapon is very strange. I've never seen it before. He looked at the hidden weapon with surprise. Such a small hidden weapon couldn't be found in the wound at all. If it was an ordinary person, they would probably think that the hidden weapon in the wound had been removed and delay the treatment. Fortunately, this person met his master. When the hidden weapon was removed, a stream of black blood spurted out from the wound. Fengjiu cleaned the wound and pulled out the silver needles. Then he stepped back and cleaned his hands. He said to Famlin, "Bandage the wound." "Yes," Famlin responded. After applying medicine to the wound, he began to bandage it. Fengjiu picked up the hidden weapon and looked at it. His eyes moved slightly. This kind of hidden weapon was indeed never seen before, and this kind of hidden weapon was even more fatal. When the poisoned person fell into a coma, even an experienced doctor would find it difficult to discover such a small hidden weapon in the wound. A moment of carelessness would cause the poisoned person to miss the opportunity to receive treatment, and thus be fatal. Who on earth could have done this to Elder Tan? To actually use such a tyrannical poison, as well as such a hidden weapon? He thought of how Elder Tan had hidden his cultivation and stayed in that town to make a living as a small trader. That kind of life should have been peaceful and stable. How could it have been broken so suddenly? Logically speaking, the people from the Temple of Darkness couldn't have done anything to him. Then, it should be his enemy? Famlin, have someone guard him and take good care of him. She took out a bottle of medicine and handed it to him. If he doesn't wake up by tonight, feed this medicine to him. Yes, master, don't worry. I will personally guard him. Famlin nodded in response. He took the medicine and put it away. Have someone keep an eye on him. I don't think it will be peaceful in the next 2 days. She looked at Lung Hua and said, Yes. Lung Hua responded. Then he turned and walked out. However, at this moment, an old voice carrying a powerful pressure came from outside. Hand him over to us. The voice was filled with a powerful aura. As soon as the voice came out, the pressure of an expert shook the eardrums of everyone inside the Heavenly Dan building, causing the blood in their bodies to surge. They had a faint feeling that they were about to break out of their bodies, causing everyone to feel fear in their hearts. They all rushed out of the Heavenly Dan building and quickly dispersed, not daring to get close to the Heavenly Dan building. This is definitely not a fairy realm expert. He must be a celestial sage expert. That's right. Only celestial saints are capable of exerting such pressure and terrifying force. I told you that the old man who was carried into the backyard by the Heavenly Dan building's people isn't from our 100 River City, right? That old man was a nuisance. Look, didn't he provoke an enemy to hunt him down? This Heavenly Pill House's opening today is going to be a disaster. A celestial sage expert. In our city, only the patriarchs of those families have such strength. This Heavenly Dan building has provoked such a person. I'm afraid it's going to be troublesome. Not necessarily. It's said that this Heavenly Dan building also has a strong force, and the force behind it is extremely shocking. The voice just now directly exerted a pressure, and the vice president of the Alchemy Guild knelt down. It can be seen that he is definitely a celestial sage expert. It's possible. However, is the owner of this Heavenly Dan building the man or the woman who spoke? Chapter 1971. Therefore, they were able to stand far away from the Heavenly Pill building as spectators, watching the 4 people surrounding the Heavenly Pill building. 2 of the 4 people looked like middle-aged men. One of them looked like a woman in her 30s, while the other was an old man in gray who stood with his hands behind his back. The 4 of them had extraordinary strength, and the pressure they exuded was very intimidating. The 4 of them stood at 4 corners not far from the Heavenly Pill building, preventing the people in the building from escaping. Obviously, they were determined to obtain the injured old man. However, even though they had surrounded the Heavenly Pill building, even though they were powerful, and even though they knew that the old man they wanted was in the building, they did not rush in to snatch him. Instead, they asked the people in the Heavenly Pill building to hand over the old man. Obviously, they did not want to become enemies with the Heavenly Pill building. When the 4 people standing on the surrounding rooftops smelled the medicinal fragrance in the air, their eyes flashed. Surprise and shock flashed across their eyes. Such a rich medicinal fragrance permeated the entire 100 River City. Such a medicinal fragrance was not ordinary. What was the background of the Heavenly Pill building? Who was the alchemist who could refine such a strange fragrance? It was precisely because of these doubts in their hearts that they became fearful. As long as the other party handed over the person they wanted, they would not have to be enemies with them. In the Heavenly Pill building, Patriarch Yang looked at Fengjiu and Xinyuan Mose, who were slowly walking out. A complicated look flashed across his eyes. He paused for a moment, then stepped forward and said, "The strength of the people outside is extraordinary. I advise you not to get involved in this trouble if you don't have any friendship with the unconscious old man." Yang Xiao who was next to him, looked worried. However, she did not say anything and just looked at them quietly. Hearing Patriarch Yang's words, Fengjiu curled his lips and smiled. "That old man happens to have some friendship with me. I'm afraid I have to take care of this matter." As she spoke, she glanced at the father and daughter and said, "Today's hospitality was not satisfactory. I don't know what will happen later. It's not safe for you to stay in this building. It's better for you to leave first. If that's the case, then I and my daughter will take our leave first." Yang family head cupped his hands and said, dragging his daughter away. After all, he knew in his heart that if the 2 sides really fought, they would not be safe here. If one of them was regarded as a member of the Heavenly Pill building, it would be troublesome. "Hey, big sister phone. Big brother Lung Hua, you have to be careful." Yang Xiao shouted and was pulled out by her father. Just as the surrounding crowd was watching and the 4 people were staring at the Heavenly Pill building, They saw the father and daughter of the Yang family quickly walk out from inside and retreat into the distance with the crowd. Not long after, two more people walked out of the gate of the Heavenly Pill building. These two people were the two stewards, Lung Hua and Du Fan. After that, two figures, one black and one red, walked out side by side. They stood in front of the Heavenly Pill building and looked at the four people. "I'm the owner of the Heavenly Pill building. Who are you looking for?" Feng Jiu stood beside Xinyuan Mose. Her voice was cold and carried a trace of laziness. She looked at the gray-robed old man in front of her. With just a glance, she could tell that he was an expert at the peak of the celestial saint realm. As for the other three people, two of them were at the peak of the fairy realm, while the other one was at the intermediate stage of the celestial saint realm. Chapter 1972. Everyone looked at the woman in red who had spoken and could not help but cry out in surprise. For a moment, everyone's gaze fell on the dazzling red figure. She was an extremely beautiful woman. Her appearance could be said to be peerless. Anyone who saw her would be shocked by her appearance, not to mention her extremely outstanding and unique temperament. In the immortal cultivation world, there are many beautiful women. After seeing so many beauties, they had long been immune to women's beauty. However, when they saw this woman, they still couldn't help but stare blankly at her. They couldn't help but secretly praise her. What a peerless beauty of peerless beauty. Her dazzling red clothes set off her beautiful appearance even more eye-catching. Her exquisite figure, the languid charm she exuded when she raised her hands and feet, the moving expression in her clear eyes, and the faintly discernible smile on her lips all exuded a unique charm. All of them made people hold their breaths and their hearts beat faster. This was a peerless, enchanting beauty. This was a peerless beauty whose every move, every frown, and every smile was enchanting. However, it just so happened that such an enchanting and beautiful woman had an unbridled and flamboyant expression between her brows. The confidence that was emitted from her heart made her appear even more different than she was before. Such a woman was the owner of the Heavenly Pill building. Those elixirs were all made by her. Thinking of this, everyone was shocked and felt that it was somewhat inconceivable. They had originally thought that the alchemist who could refine those peerless elixirs would definitely be a white-haired old man. However, they did not expect that it would be such a charming and enchanting beauty. Not only were the surrounding people shocked and felt that it was inconceivable, but even the four people who were looking at the enchanting woman in red standing in front of the Heavenly Pill building had a strange look in their eyes. This woman actually had two unique auras. One was enchanting and the other was cold. Moreover, this unique temperament was something that they had never seen before, even though they had seen countless people. Xinyuan Mose, who was standing beside Feng Jiu, wore a silver mask on his face. Although his face was not revealed, the aura of a powerhouse still made the four people somewhat fearful. They could faintly sense a dangerous aura. If it was said that the dazzling red-clothed woman made them wary, then this black-robed, masked man made them fearful. This man was standing beside the woman in red. Even though he didn't reveal his aura, they still felt that he was dangerous, very dangerous. The other three looked at the gray-robed elder, waiting for him to make the decision. Seeing this, the gray-clothed old man said in a deep voice, "Someone broke into your building earlier. I hope that the Tower Lord can return the person to us." "Oh, the person from before?" Feng Jiu played with the hair that fell in front of his chest and smiled. That person was poisoned and his internal organs were damaged. Didn't he already die? Our master has given orders. If he's alive, we want to see him. If he's dead, we want to see his corpse. It would be better for the Tower Lord to return the person to us. The gray-robed elder said in a gloomy voice, his brows tightly knitted together. If he wasn't a little afraid of them, why would he need to say so much to them? If it were anyone else, they would have already taken action. Chapter 1973. As soon as these words were spoken, the air suddenly turned cold, and a powerful pressure instantly enveloped the Heavenly Dan building. It was a pressure that came from all directions, directly pressuring the Heavenly Dan building, towards Feng Jiu and the others. Disposed of? Huh? Do you think we will believe you? The gray-robed old man asked in a gloomy voice, and his malicious gaze was directed at Fengjiu. The invisible pressure turned into spiritual thorns that pierced toward Fengjiu's divine sense. If an ordinary person's divine sense was attacked by a peak celestial sage's divine sense, they would not be able to withstand it. However, Fengjiu's expression did not change, and a smile that did not reach his eyes appeared on his beautiful face. If you don't believe me, what are you going to do? As soon as he finished speaking, the four people moved their hands, holding weapons in their hands, and said, "If he is alive, we want to see him. If he is dead, we want to see his corpse. If you don't hand over the corpse, don't blame us for being impolite." Are you planning to fight? Fengjiu curled the corners of his lips. You should think about it carefully. If you fight, you won't have a chance to turn back and escape. Is that so? Then we would like to experience your skills. Let me deal with you first. Among the four people, the weakest cultivator at the peak of the fairy realm shouted in a deep voice, and he attacked Fengjiu with the long sword in his hand. The moment he rushed out, the spiritual aura on his body burst out, and the sharp sword in his hand was suffused with a layer of sharp, cold light. Sword chi whistled out, and the sword chi was threatening. In the crowd, Yang Xiao held her breath nervously and looked at the scene in front of her with worry. She could not help but tug at her father's sleeve and ask, "Father, can Sister Feng and the others defeat those people?" Looking at the calm Fengjiu and Xinyuan Mose, Master Yang thought for a while and said, "They should be able to." After all, even he could not see the depth of their strength. Moreover, if they did not have a certain degree of confidence, how would they dare to provoke these people? However, he did not know what level their strength was at. How are they going to fight these people? While they were watching, they saw that neither Xinyuan Mose nor Fengjiu in red made a move. They just stood there quietly and watched. Fengjiu even had a faint smile on his face, as if he didn't care about the person who was attacking him. Just as everyone was worried about her, they saw a gray figure rush out from the Heavenly Pill building and attack the cultivator at the peak of the fairy realm. At the same time, a cold snort was heard. "You want to fight with my master? You have to get past me first." Clang! The weapons in their hands clashed against each other, producing a clear, clanging sound. The pressure of the peak of the fairy realm spread out as the two of them exchanged blows, filling the air. The airflow that could be seen with the naked eye surged and collided with each other, producing a whistling sound as they brandished their weapons. Swish! Clang! Clang! Swish! As the two figures fought, a gust of airflow surged up into the sky. Sword chi and blade light flew in all directions, shocking the crowd and causing them to retreat again. On top of the Heavenly Pill building, a few black-clothed men were standing there, blocking the sword chi to prevent the sword chi from destroying the Heavenly Pill building. Hiss! Chapter 1974. What do you mean by using a sledgehammer to crack a nut? It's obvious that the Heavenly Elixir building is powerful. Look at the few people who came out. Which one of them has the strength to be called the best in 100 River City? Who knows how many powerhouses are hiding among them? That's true. Otherwise, why would they dare to put such precious elixirs in the Heavenly Elixir building for people to admire? It seems like it's difficult for the four of them to take action against the red-robed lady. She has many capable people around her. Even the black-robed man next to her isn't simple. Maybe the red-robed lady's strength isn't that great. It's only because she knows how to refine elixirs that she has so many powerhouses around her. Say, if someone knows how to refine elixirs and has extraordinary strength, how heaven-defying would that be? That's true. After all, she's a woman. It's already amazing for her to have such alchemy skills. While the crowd was discussing, the two of them were fighting. Because they had retreated far away and were fighting in midair, the air currents did not injure them. However, as they watched the experts fight, the movements, the auras, and the intense scene, they were extremely excited. It was rare to see cultivators at the peak of the fairy realm fighting. Moreover, it was such a scene. Just looking at it made those who weren't very strong excited and envious. If they had such fighting strength and cultivation, no matter where they went, they would be treated differently. If it were them, they would not so easily and carelessly use their lives and fighting strength to snatch a dead person. In the crowd's opinion, the heavenly elixir building's master, who was the red-robed lady, wasn't lying. When the old man rushed in, he was already half dead. Later, the diagnosis said that his internal organs were damaged, and he had such a strong poison in his body. Even if the heavenly elixir building had a miraculous elixir that could save him, they still had to be willing to do so. After all, which elixir above the 5th level wasn't priceless? How could the heavenly elixir building's master casually take it out to save someone she didn't know? Of course, they couldn't rule out the possibility that the heavenly elixir building's master knew the old man. However, even if she knew him, few people would risk offending such an unknown faction to protect the old man. Moreover, human nature was selfish. When they heard the red-robed lady say that the old man had been carried to the backyard and dealt with, they believed her. Because that way, no matter how you looked at it, it would be more beneficial to them and end all troubles once and for all. Swish! This! A sharp sword chi slashed through the air, followed by a gasp. Everyone looked over and saw blood splattering in the air. A severed arm also fell to the ground along with the blood. From afar, it looked like a red rain, which was particularly horrifying. The gray-robed man let out a blood-curdling scream as he quickly retreated while clutching his severed arm. His sinister eyes were like a venomous snake's as he stared at the person who was chasing after him with a sword. He couldn't wait to pounce forward and tear that person apart. When the gray-robed elder saw that the man's hand had been chopped off by the other party, who was also at the peak of the fairy realm, he could not help but frown. When he saw that the other party was chasing after him with a sword, he gave a signal with his eyes. The only woman in the group gathered her energy and lashed out with the long whip in her hand, making a cracking sound in the air. Chapter 1975. The gray-robed old man noticed the silver needle and immediately flicked a gold coin. However, just as the gold coin was about to hit the silver needle, it was hit by another silver needle. Hiss! The woman suddenly sucked in a breath of air. The stinging pain from her wrist caused her entire arm to lose strength and hang down. The whip that she had thrown out also naturally fell down, and the spirit force aura condensed on the whip instantly dissipated. The gray-robed man, who caught a glimpse of this scene from the corner of his eye, quickly retreated to the heavenly pill building and did not pursue. According to the words of their master, if they knew that their strength was not the opponent's opponent, then they should not make unnecessary sacrifices. Your Excellency, you are very capable. The gray-robed old man stared at Fengjiu with a gloomy gaze, and his heart was shocked. This woman could hit the gold coin that he had thrown out with a silver needle. It was obvious that her strength and cultivation were not inferior to his. However, looking at her young age, how could she have such a terrifying strength and cultivation? He thought to himself, if he left like this, he was afraid that his master would not forgive him when he returned. However, if he continued to fight, the consequences would be unpredictable for a moment. He could not help but be in a dilemma. We, the Heavenly Pill Building, are never afraid of trouble. If you want to cause trouble and become my enemy, how difficult is it to destroy you? Fengjiu's voice was cold and arrogant. What he said made everyone gasp. This woman in red is really arrogant. She can even say such words. What arrogance? If she doesn't have strength, then she is arrogant. If she has strength, then she is just confident. Is it possible that she will be bullied and endure blindly? That's true. Immortal cultivators are arrogant, let alone powerhouses with great strength. You should know that the dignity of powerhouses is not to be challenged. But I didn't see the woman in red make a move. Why did the old man say that your Excellency is very capable? That's because your cultivation is not enough. The powerhouses only need a moment to make a move. How can you, a mere Gold Core Realm cultivator, see through it? The onlookers in the distance were talking. In fact, most of the people did not see Fengjiu make a move. Only the family head level people in the city noticed it. Just from that brief glance, Fengjiu's strength was truly shocking. The other gray-robed man also saw that the situation was not good, so he came to the old man's side. Let's retreat first. I'll go back and tell Master about this. I believe Master won't punish us. After all, where there's life, there's hope. He didn't want to die here. Let's get out of here, the old man said. Just as he was about to move, a chuckle could be heard. You want to retreat, just like that? Do you think that our heavenly dam building can be humiliated at will? Fengjiu sneered as she looked at the people who were about to leave. As soon as she spoke, a dozen black figures blocked their path. The gray-robed old man's face flushed red when he saw the powerful auras and cultivation of the black-robed men blocking the way. He stared at Fengjiu with a gloomy gaze. So, Building Master doesn't want to let us go? Building Master, think carefully. There was a faint threat in his words. Chapter 1976. Hearing this, the other three people's expressions changed. They looked at Fengjiu with fear in their eyes. The red-robed woman and the black-robed man had already put them in such a disadvantageous position. If they really fought with them, it was hard to say if they could survive. When the old man heard Fengjiu's words, his expression turned ugly. He was an expert at the peak of the immortal sage realm. How could he allow himself to be looked down upon by a woman? At this moment, he had to fight with this woman for his own sake. Otherwise, even if he could leave this place alive, he wouldn't be able to stand tall in the future. If that's the case, do you dare to fight with this old man, building master of the heavenly pill building? As soon as these words came out, it caused an uproar among the crowd. This old man is too shameless. What's his cultivation base? He actually wants to challenge the building master of the heavenly pill building? Not only is the building master a woman, but she's also so young. How can she be his opponent? He's really shameless. The people who said this were all ordinary cultivators and commoners. Among the crowd, the people from the various clans and forces were shocked when they heard this. To be able to provoke this peak immortal sage expert, could it be that the building master of the heavenly pill building, Fengjiu's strength was already on par with that old man? Thinking of this, they had a faint trace of anticipation in their hearts. They really wanted to see the two of them fight. Among the crowd, the late Nalen family head stood behind the crowd. After hearing the words, he couldn't help but look at his eldest son beside him. Emo-chun, what's the cultivation base of this Fengjiu? If she accepts the challenge, can she defeat that old man at the peak of the immortal sage realm? Hearing this, Nalen Zian, who was beside the two of them, couldn't help but look at his elder brother. He was really curious. After all, Fengjiu looked very young. Did he really have such a terrifying cultivation? Just watch and you'll know. Emo-chun said slowly, calmly, standing at the back of the crowd. When an Nalen family head heard his son's words, he only felt anger in his heart. His eldest son was not as considerate as his youngest son. He knew that he was anxious to know more, but he would not reveal anything. The corners of Fengjiu's mouth curled up slightly. She needed a chance to make an example out of this person, and this person had delivered himself to her door. Since this was the case, how could she not seize this opportunity? I'll be happy to oblige, she said and tapped the ground with the tip of her foot. Her red figure rose into the air and flew forward. Her body stood in the air. Xin Yuan Mose stood quietly in front of the entrance of the Heavenly Dan building and did not stop Fengjiu from taking action. After everything here stabilized, he would leave. Today's matter just happened to give her a chance to shock everyone. He believed that after today, those who had designs on the Heavenly Pill building would have to weigh their own abilities before making a move. Everyone saw the red figure rise into the air. Her dazzling red dress swept through the air, creating an enchanting flower. She stood in the air and looked at the old man in front of her with disdain. Her whole body emitted a confident aura and dazzling light. Everyone below couldn't help but be dazzled. This woman was truly a peerless beauty. Perhaps only an equally outstanding man was worthy of such an outstanding woman. Chapter 1977. However, at this moment, there was the sound of a sword chi flashing through the air. Everyone turned around and saw two figures, one gray and one red, moving at the speed of light. They were so fast that they could not see their movements. They only saw that the pressure in the air gradually dissipated, making them, who had already retreated far away, feel a faint sense of suffocation. Among the sword shadows, they saw flames shooting out from the sword in the woman's hand. The flames wrapped around the sword and roared like a ferocious beast. Just as she swung her sword down, the flames that shot out from the sword instantly formed a ferocious beast with its mouth wide open, pouncing towards her opponent. Whoosh! Roar! Faintly, there seemed to be the sound of a ferocious beast roaring in the air. When the gray-clothed old man saw the ferocious beast formed from flames pouncing towards him with its mouth wide open, he was shocked. He used the long sword in his hand to block it and quickly retreated. Even so, his hand that was holding the sword was still shaken to the point that the web between his thumb and index finger was numb. When the intense pain came, he almost lost his grip on the sword. He did not dare to be careless. Instead, he gathered all the spiritual energy in his body and gathered it together. He condensed a palm wind in his other hand and swept it out. Heart-shattering palm. The palm wind carried a spiritual energy aura that could be seen with the naked eye. The spiritual energy aura formed a huge palm and fiercely slammed towards Fengjiu's chest. It seemed that he intended to take her life with this palm. When the people below saw this scene, their hearts jumped. Just when they thought that the woman in red would not be able to dodge, they saw that she did not dodge. Instead, she condensed her spiritual energy aura with her other hand and punched out. Raging Flame Fist. With a clear shout, a huge fist condensed from flames and formed from spiritual energy aura attacked Fengjiu's fist. The fist's flame aura and the powerful aura directly broke the opponent's palm wind. Whoosh! Bang! When the two fists met, there was a whooshing sound, followed by a loud bang. The airflow of the two powerhouses was dispersed, and in the air, circles of spiritual power aura visible to the naked eye rippled like water. However, Fengjiu's fist didn't stop there. She charged towards the old man once more, and her flaming fist smashed down heavily onto the old man's heart. For an instant, the old man's entire body was enveloped in flames, and the raging flames started burning at a speed that caught him off guard. Bang! Hiss! Ah! The heavy sound of the fist hitting the ground rang out, followed by the old man's scream in the air. Looking at the scene in the air, the people below were dumbfounded. It was said that victory and defeat in a battle between experts was decided in an instant. Today, they had witnessed it. There was no need to fight at all. One move was enough to kill the old man. When the other three saw this scene, their faces changed dramatically. The old man was at the peak of the immortal sage realm, but after being hit by the flaming fist, his body rolled on the ground and his chi and blood surged up. He spat out a mouthful of blood from his chest, and his chi and blood weakened. In the blink of an eye, the old man was on the verge of death. If they were in his place, would they be able to survive? Let's go. Chapter 1978. Seeing this, they were bewildered. They didn't dare to stay any longer and quickly left. Fengjiu glanced at the few people who were running away and retracted her gaze indifferently. She stood in midair and looked down at the crowd below. A cold voice that contained a powerful pressure came out of her mouth. I'll take this opportunity to say a few words. I've never been afraid of trouble. From today onwards, if anyone insists on finding trouble with the Heavenly Pill Building, they will most likely end up like the person below, or even worse. Those who enter the Heavenly Pill Building and want to buy pills from the Heavenly Pill Building have to follow the rules. If they break my rules, I'll deal with it in my own way. Everyone listened to the cold voice echoing in their ears, and none of them could say anything else. With such methods, and such strength, who would dare to cause trouble in the Heavenly Pill Building? Who would dare to make an enemy out of her? Seeing the red-clothed woman and her group return to the building, the scene was quickly cleaned up as if the previous incident had never happened. The crowd also gradually dispersed. Some entered the Heavenly Pill Building again, while others had already left. The peddlers who had moved away first set up their stalls again and shouted for business. Father, elder sister Feng is so powerful. Yang Xiao, Er's eyes were full of worship. This was the first time she knew that a woman could be so powerful. Patriarch Yang sighed softly. She's more than powerful. She's simply heaven-defying. From the corner of his eye, he saw that there were people from the Nayland family among the crowd walking into the Heavenly Pill building. He couldn't help but be startled. He pulled his daughter and said, Let's go in again. We haven't finished talking about the pills from before. Hey, father. Yang Xiao'er was pulled inside as she said, Father, don't be anxious. Brother Lung Hua said it's fine. He's a manager. You're a girl, but he's a man. Don't always call him Brother Lung Hua. Call him Lung Hua or Manager Lung. Patriarch Yang secretly curled his lips. That young man didn't look like he had any fighting strength. It's Brother Lung Hua. Daddy, don't worry about it. All right, I don't care. You can do whatever you want. I'll go ask about the pill. After entering the Heavenly Pill building, Patriarch Yang waved his hand and told her to go shopping by herself. Father, I'll go home by myself later. You can go back first after you're done. Yang Xiao was said with a smile and quickly squeezed into the crowd. A grown girl can't be kept at home. Patriarch Yang shook his head and sighed. Only then did he look around for Lung Hua's figure. On the other side, the Nayland family's patriarch, who had been left on the first floor after entering the Heavenly Dan building, was so angry that his face turned red. He kept muttering, This unfilial son, let him introduce us. Look at him. He disappeared in the blink of an eye. I really don't know if he is my son or not. He doesn't think about us at all. When Nayland Zian heard this, he couldn't help but mutter in a low voice, Doesn't father know whether Big Brother is father's son or not? If Big Brother heard this, he would definitely be angry. Chapter 1979. Cough. Nayland Zian coughed softly. After looking around, he said softly, Father, this is a public place. Give me some face. As Nayland Zian spoke, he saw a graceful black figure from the corner of his eye. His eyes could not help but light up. Father, you can see for yourself. I want to accompany you. He didn't wait for his father to say anything, and quickly walked toward the black, graceful figure not far away. Miss Lung Shuang. Nayland Zian came in front of the figure and bowed to her with a smile. Do you still remember me? I'm Nayland Zian. We met a few days ago. Lung Shuang glanced at the man in front of her and nodded. Young Master Nayland. You remember me. That's great, he said with joy, and his eyebrows were full of joy. On the other side, when the Nayland family head saw his youngest son running over to the woman in black and talking happily, he couldn't help but glare at him. None of them are easy to deal with. He shook his head, clasped his hands behind his back, and turned to look at the medicinal pills on the first floor. Young Master Nayland, do you need something? Lung Shuang looked at the person in front of her strangely. It was the first time he approached her inexplicably. After smiling at her, he even told her his name. Today, he ran to her and smiled so inexplicably. What did you want to do? This. He turned his gaze and said, Miss Lung Shuang, I want to see the medicinal pills. Can you introduce them to me? I still have something to do. If you want to see the medicinal pills, I can ask someone to tell you. While speaking, before Nayland Zian could react, she walked to the side and ordered a woman. Show young Master Nayland around to see the medicinal pills. After instructing, she nodded to Nayland Zian and turned to leave. Young Master, this way please. The woman made an inviting gesture to Nayland Zian. Seeing this, Nayland Zian smiled and waved his hand. No need, you go do your thing. I'll look at it myself. The person he wanted to accompany didn't have time to accompany him, so he didn't have the mood to find someone else to accompany him. The medicine attendant was slightly startled and nodded. Okay, if young Master needs anything, you can find me. She bowed and left. In the attic, Mo Chun sat at the table, took a sip of tea, and said, This city's fragrance is really unexpected. Today, there are almost no people in other places. He looked at Fengjiu and asked, Mo, how did you think of this method? Fengjiu smiled. I'm a person who refines medicinal pills. How difficult is it to refine such a medicinal pill? She poured 2 cups of tea, 1 cup in front of Xinyuan Mo's, and the other cup in front of herself. People are curious. As long as you grasp this point, you naturally don't have to worry about customers. What's more, I sell medicinal pills and things like medicinal pills. The price isn't cheap, and it's not something that ordinary people can afford. In fact, even if there are no customers today, my reputation will spread as time passes. Refining the strange fragrance pill is just to bring forward all of this. He smiled and asked, "What's the origin of those people today? I heard that it was caused by you carrying a person into the backyard. Aren't you afraid of causing unnecessary trouble by letting the tiger return to the mountain?" Chapter 1980. At this moment, Xianyuan Mose put down the teacup in his hand after drinking a cup of tea. His deep gaze landed on Mo Chun as he said in a low voice, "I will be leaving in a few days. During this time, please take care of her." Hearing this, Mo Chun was slightly surprised. He looked at Xianyuan Mose strangely and asked, "Where are you going? How long will you be gone for?" He was actually willing to leave Fengjiu in his care. Did the sun rise from the west today? Fengjiu was slightly startled. She looked at Xianyuan Mose and reached out to hold his hand. "Mose, don't worry. Even if I'm here alone, I'll take care of myself. With your strength, the people around me, and a few contracted beasts, who do you think can hurt me?" Xianyuan Mose also held her hand, but did not say anything. He only looked at Mo Chun, as if waiting for his answer. Seeing this, Mo Chun smiled warmly. "Don't worry. Although I don't know where you are going, it is not a problem if you want to stay there for a while. I will take care of Ajio here. I will definitely not let her suffer." Hearing this, Xianyuan Mose glanced at him indifferently. He picked up the teapot and poured himself a cup of tea. He also filled Mo Chin's teacup with tea. "If I come back and see that she is missing a single hair, I will hold you responsible." Mo Chin's eyes flashed slightly. He looked at the tea in front of him and smiled. "Don't worry. Once you leave, I will move in with Fengjiu. Are you relieved now?" Cough, cough. Fengjiu, who was drinking tea, choked when she heard this. She coughed lightly. Xianyuan Mose, who was beside her, stroked her back with one hand and glanced at him. His face was stern as he said in a cold voice, "You only need to stand out when she needs help. Otherwise, stay away from her. This monarch is more at ease." Mo Chan was in a good mood when he heard him say this, Lord. He smiled and said, "Don't worry. I know what I'm doing." Xianyuan Mose looked at the face of the banished immortal in front of him. Looking at his gentle and elegant manner, he could not help but frown. He could not help but wonder if it was right or wrong for him to ask him to help take care of a Jew. Why did he feel even more uneasy about leaving this person by her side? Seeing the two of them talking, Fengjiu shook his head helplessly. All right. There's no need to talk so far. I can take care of myself. I'm already an adult. Why would I need someone to take care of me?" She looked at Mo Chan and smiled, saying, "He's going on a long trip, but he might not be back for long. Ever since he decided to go on a long trip, I've been worried. I can't stand him anymore." Although she said that, the tenderness between her brows could not be concealed. Mo Chan looked at her and smiled. "It's all right. I understand. If it were me, I would do the same." He knew why he was worried. After all, Fengjiu had just arrived here. Although his strength was not bad, who knew if there was no one in this world who was stronger than him? Thinking about it, he was also worried that one day he might get into some trouble that could not be solved. What's more, he was not by her side. The few of them drank tea and chatted in the loft. When it was noon, Fengjiu said to Mo Chun, "Why don't we go eat together?" "All right. However, it's best if we leave from the back door." Mo Chun smiled and said gently. Chapter 1981. The three of them left through the back door and went to the restaurant to eat. Everyone in the Heavenly Pill building was busy, and everything seemed to be in order. After they left, Ji Shui, Immortal Lord, also came to the Heavenly Pill building. He had smelled the medicinal fragrance since last night and came here early in the morning. Just earlier, when Fengjiu was fighting with the old man at the peak of the Sage Immortal, he was watching from a corner not far away. It was only when he saw it with his own eyes that he believed that such a young woman actually had such outstanding strength and cultivation. But speaking of which, how could a woman who could catch the eye of Xianyuan Mose be an ordinary woman? After walking into the Heavenly Pill building, he was even more surprised when he saw the pills placed inside. He really did not expect that the pills here were all so top-notch. These pills and medicines were really life-saving treasures at a critical moment. Ji Shui, immortal lord, who was dressed in gray, walked inside. He restrained his cultivation and looked like an ordinary old man. However, he was different from ordinary old men. His hair and beard were all white, and he looked a bit like an immortal. After looking around on the first floor, he went up to the second floor to buy pills after registering. After Ji Shui, immortal lord, went up to the second floor, Lung Hua and Du Fan looked at the information on the registration form and could not help but be slightly surprised. Ji Shui, immortal lord? Isn't that the master of the Yama Lord? The two of them lowered their voices and spoke. They knew about Ji Shui, immortal lord. He lived in the Ling residence next to the Feng residence and was the master of the Yama Lord. This time, the Yama Lord wanted to leave because his master wanted him to go out with him. However, their master had seen Ji Shui, immortal lord, before, but they had not seen him and could not recognize him. Hasn't Hui Lang been following us recently? If it's him, Hui Lang should be nearby. As Lung Hua spoke, he looked around and saw a familiar figure resting in the corner of the first floor. The two of them walked over and arrived in front of him. Lung Hua called out, "Hui Lang, why are you here?" "I followed the immortal monarch here. He's walking around inside while I rest here." Hui Lang said weakly, "Following the immortal monarch is so boring. Why did this job fall on me?" Hearing this, Du Fan and Lung Hua looked at each other and asked at the same time, "The Stillwater immortal monarch you speak of is that gray-clothed old man? The one with a white beard?" "Yes. What's wrong?" Hui Lang asked. He stood up and asked in a low voice, "Did he make trouble for you?" The two of them didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Du Fan smiled and said, "How could that be? We saw him go up just now. If it's really him, we can entertain him. After all, he was the master of the Yama Lord. Naturally, they couldn't treat him like an ordinary person. How about this? I'll go up and take a look." Lung Hua said warmly, then turned and walked up to the second floor. Seeing this, Hui Lang moved closer to Du Fan. "Du Fan, are the ghost doctor and my master in the attic? Can I go up for a moment?" He had been squatting in the corner with the Stillwater immortal monarch and had seen the ghost doctor make her move. If he didn't have to follow the Stillwater immortal monarch, he would have rushed up. "There's no use going up now. They're not in the attic," Du Fan said with a smile and patted him on the shoulder. "Whatever your master tells you to do, just do it obediently." With that, he turned and left. Chapter 1982. On the opening day of the Heavenly Pill Dispensary, the entire Hundred River City was in an uproar. It could be said that in one night, the streets of the West City, which were originally deserted, had become the liveliest place. People were scrambling to rent the 2 rows of shops. All kinds of stalls were set up in the streets and alleys. Even the wall that was originally blocking the inner street was opened up to allow people to walk around. It could be said that the Heavenly Pill Dispensary not only changed the desolation of the West City, but also brought prosperity to the area. Fengjiu, Xianyuan Mose, and Mo Chan went to the restaurant to enjoy the scenery after dinner. Not only could they go boating on the lake, but they could also sit in the bamboo forest pavilion and drink tea while playing the zither. It could be said to be an extremely quiet and elegant place. The three of them drank tea and chatted by the lake until the sky gradually darkened. Mo Chung got up and left, while Xianyuan Mose and Fengjiu returned to the Heavenly Pill Dispensary. "Master, the old man has woken up," Lung Hua reported as soon as they entered the Heavenly Pill Dispensary. Fengjiu nodded and looked at Xianyuan Mose. "Do you want to rest in the attic and wait for me?" "Okay." Xianyuan Mose nodded and walked up to the attic. Fengjiu brought Lung Hua to the side room in the backyard. Fan Lin was taking care of the old man inside. When he saw her, he stood up and said, "Master, he's awake. Did you feed him the medicine?" Fengjiu asked as she walked to the bed in the inner room. She watched as the old man on the bed slowly opened his eyes and looked at her. "Grandpa Tan." Fengjiu smiled and looked at the old man. She saw the astonishment in his eyes. "I didn't expect to meet you again. It's you?" The old man obviously recognized her. However, he didn't expect that the young man from back then would become a woman. So, she was a woman disguised as a man? "It's me, Fengjiu." She smiled and sat on the chair beside the bed. She looked at him. How do you feel? Are you feeling better? As she spoke, she naturally reached out her hand to feel his pulse and check the condition of his body. So it was you who saved me, he murmured. He finally understood why he, who should have died, was still alive. So it was her who had saved him. However, if she had saved him, then wouldn't the people who were chasing after him know? I can't stay here. He struggled to get up, but Fengjiu held him down. You don't have to worry. You're very safe here. Those people can't hurt you. Fengjiu said, I spent a lot of effort to save you. Your injuries haven't healed yet, so you can't get out of bed and move around. But don't worry. It doesn't matter if he stays. She smiled and asked Fan Lin, Did you let Grandpa Tan drink the medicine? Not yet. As Fan Lin spoke, he took out the bottle of medicine and handed it to her. At the same time, he helped the old man up and leaned against the bed. Fengjiu took the bottle, opened the cap, and handed it to him. Grandpa Tan, drink this. It's good for your body. Looking at the translucent medicine, Grandpa Tan was stunned. Then he shook his head. This kind of thing is too expensive. I can't accept it. Just by looking at the medicine, he knew that it was expensive. How could he drink something like this? She didn't know how hard it was for her to get such a precious thing. How could she waste it on him? Chapter 1983. The corner of Fan Lin's mouth twitched when he heard this. How could anything refined by Master be worthless? Any random item was worth a lot of money, not to mention the potions that the masters kept with them as a precaution. How could the preciousness of these potions be measured by money? I wonder who this old man is. How could Master call him Grandpa Tan? He even took out such precious pills and medicine to treat him. You refined it? Elder Tan was slightly startled. He looked at the medicine in the bottle with some surprise. She actually refined something like this? Although he couldn't tell what grade it was, he could tell from the color that it was definitely not an ordinary medicine. At least, he had never come into contact with medicine of this grade. Drink it first. Fengjiu handed it to him and motioned for him to drink it first. Seeing this, Elder Tan didn't say anything else. He wanted to drink it first. His body was seriously injured, but he didn't know how she saved him. What did she use to save him? Why did he feel that the injuries in his body had healed a little when he woke up? Seeing that Elder Tan drank it, Fengjiu smiled. Grandpa Tan, if you have any problems here, look for him. His name is Fan Lin. He has some understanding of medicine. He will help you nurse your body back to health. As for those people you were worried about, you don't have to worry anymore. They already came by while you were unconscious. You can rest assured and nurse your body back to health. Those people came by, then you. Elder Tan was shocked. He couldn't help but size up Fengjiu, but saw that she wasn't injured. I'm not injured, but those people ran away with their tails between their legs. She supported her chin with one hand and smiled. She paused and said, Oh, right, the old man who led them is dead. That old man was struck by her raging flame fist right in the heart. Other than the strength of the fist, the spiritual energy aura, along with the scorching heat of the flames, had also entered the heart meridian. As a result, with just one punch, that old man was on the verge of death, and in the end, he died. Yudat Elder Tan's eyes widened in shock. He couldn't believe it. The old man who led them was dead? The other party was an expert at the peak of the sage immortal realm. How could she kill such an expert? All right, Grandpa Tan, are you hungry? How about this? I'll get someone to cook some medicinal porridge for you. First, it can nourish your body. Second, it tastes good. She then looked at Fan Lin and asked, Do you know how to make medicinal porridge? Don't worry, Master. This subordinate knows medicinal cuisine. I'll have someone prepare it and bring it over. Fan Lin said as he respectfully retreated. Who exactly are you? Elder Tan couldn't help but ask. He looked at Fengjiu with a complicated and probing look in his eyes. My name is Fengjiu, and she's still a woman. As for the rest, she smiled. It's just that she's more capable, has more status, and has more subordinates. Elder Tan moved his lips, but could not say anything. That was not all. Wasn't the treasure trove pavilion destroyed by her? With such a frightening ability, he had really been blind in the past. He had actually treated him as an ordinary herb gatherer. Chapter 1984. Master, don't worry. I'll take good care of that senior, Fan Lin said with a smile. After watching them leave, he entered the side room. Elder Tan, who was already lying down, saw him enter and hesitated for a moment before asking, "Who is she? Won't I cause trouble for her by being here?" "Senior, don't worry. Since my master said that nothing will happen, then he has the ability to deal with it. You can rest at ease and recuperate." As Fan Lin spoke, he looked at the old man on the bed and smiled. "No matter who my master is, you just need to know that he won't hurt you." Elder Tan calmed down and did not speak again. Of course, he knew that Feng Jiu would not hurt him. He had interacted with him for a period of time, and he trusted his character. "The medicine I drank just now was very expensive, right?" Elder Tan asked again as he wondered if there was anything in his space ring that could compare to that medicine. Fan Lin smiled warmly and said, "Actually, it wasn't expensive because it wasn't for sale. There was a family head in the city who wanted that medicine and was willing to pay a sky-high price to buy it, but my master didn't agree to sell it." As he spoke, Fan Lin came to the table and poured a cup of water and brought it to the bedside. "Senior, have a cup of water." When Elder Tan heard his words, he was speechless for a long time, and his heart was even more shocked. Feng Jiu gave such a precious thing to him to drink, just like that. How could this be? On the other side, Feng Jiu came to the loft and nestled into Xin Yuan Mo's arms. "Although I'm not very busy, why do I feel a little tired today? I don't want to move at all." Xin Yuan Mo's reached out and hugged her waist. His low and magnetic voice said, "If you're tired, you can sleep. I'll be by your side, so don't worry and sleep. Later, I'll carry you back to rest." Feng Jiu, who was nestled in his arms, narrowed her eyes. The two of them were lying on the soft bed, and it was a little crowded. However, almost half of her body was in his arms, which meant that she was lying on top of him. This feeling was very strange, and it made her smile involuntarily. "I like to sleep in a squeeze like this." What she didn't say was that she slept on top of him like this. Thinking of this sentence, the corners of her lips curled up even more. Her thoughts were too evil. If he knew what she was thinking right now, he would probably be shocked. "You like to sleep like this, with my arms around you," Xin Yuan Mo said. Seeing that most of her body was lying on him, he didn't think about anything else. He just felt sorry for the tiredness between her eyebrows. She had been busy since last night and hadn't had a good rest today. She must be exhausted. "But I haven't heard from Lung Hua and Du Fan about today's performance. I wonder how many pills and medicines were sold today." She closed her eyes and fell asleep, but her mouth muttered softly, "It's the same if you look at it tomorrow." Xin Yuan Mo's stroked her head and touched her soft black hair. He gently stroked along the black hair and felt her breathing become lighter. He knew that she was asleep, so he covered her with a blanket and quietly hugged her. Lung Hua and Du Fan were about to come in and report today's performance, but they saw the scene through the crack in the door. The two of them looked at each other and silently retreated. "Master should be exhausted today. How about this? We'll report to her tomorrow," Du Fan said. Chapter 1985. Feng Jiu, who originally only wanted to take a nap and rest, fell asleep in Xin Yuan Mo's arms. Xin Yuan Mo's was worried that she would be uncomfortable sleeping like this, so after hitting her sleeping pressure point, he carried her out. "I'll take her back. You can organize today's results into a document and show it to her tomorrow. You can share more of the work in the building. Don't let her tire herself out." "Yeah, my lord, don't worry. We will." The two nodded. After looking at each other, Du Fan said, "That's right. Yeah, my lord, there's something I need to tell you." Holding the familiar Feng Jiu in his arms, Xin Yuan Mo's covered her with a cloak and asked, "What is it?" "Today, Ji Shuate deity lord came and took a fancy to 2 pills on the 2nd floor. In the end, he used gold coins and medicine to exchange for the 2 pills. Those 2 pills were soul-returning pills that can save lives." Hearing this, Xin Yuan Mo's eyes flashed. He looked at the two and asked, "Is there anything else?" Actually, he also took a fancy to a few other things, but he probably didn't have the corresponding medicine to exchange for them. In the end, we saw him stand in front of a bottle of medicine on the 2nd floor for a long time before leaving. Actually, they had also intended to tell their mistress about this matter, but seeing that their mistress had fallen asleep, they did not have the opportunity to do so. They could only wait until tomorrow to tell her. But since Yin Zhu was a mortal Lord Ji Shui's disciple, and he would be leaving with him soon, it was naturally better to let him know about this matter. Understood. Xin Yuan Mose replied and left with Fengjiu. The two watched Yama Lord leave with their master. Only then did they withdraw their gazes and return to the building to take care of the remaining matters. As for Xin Yuan Mose, he wrapped the cloak around Fengjiu's body and quickly brought her back to the Feng Manor's courtyard. Entering a side room, he gently placed her on the bed and covered her with a blanket. Only then did he walk out. What's wrong? He looked at Hui Lang, who was standing guard outside, and asked, Master, Immortal Lord Ji Shui also went to the Heavenly Pill building today. Hui Lang was about to tell him about what Immortal Lord Ji Shui had done today when he saw him raise his hand to stop him. Understand. Also, I'm not asking you to follow him to monitor him, but to take care of him when necessary. Xin Yuan Mose frowned. Hearing this, Hui Lang sighed. I know, but that still water immortal monarch doesn't need me to do anything. He didn't let me get too close to him, saying that I was disturbing him, but I swear that I didn't say a word when I was following him. Because of this, he had been holding it in for the past few days. All right, we'll talk about it tomorrow. Go back to the Ling Manor and take care of it. Xin Yuan Mose waved his hand and turned around to enter the room. After taking off his outer clothes, he laid down beside Fengjiu and reached out to pull her into his embrace. The next morning when Fengjiu woke up, she found herself in Xin Yuan Mose's embrace. Looking at the layout of the room, she was no longer in the Heavenly Pill building's pavilion. She glanced at the person on the bed who still hadn't woken up. She raised her leg and was about to quietly get up and step over Xin Yuan Mose when she saw the person who was originally sleeping open his eyes. He reached out and hugged her as she stretched her leg over him. Chapter 1986. Aren't you going to sleep for a while? Xin Yuan Mose hugged her and rested his chin on her hair. I can't sleep if I wake up. Today I have to visit Elder Tan in the Heavenly Pill building. She lay in his arms and asked, When do you plan to leave? In a few days. He would not be at ease if he left now. I'm fine here. You don't have to worry. Your master should have been waiting for a few days. Now that the Heavenly Pill building has opened, everything has stabilized. It doesn't matter if you're here or not. Hearing this, Xin Yuan Mose asked, Do you want me to leave so badly? I don't know when I'll be back this time, but I have a feeling that I won't be back in a short time. If things were easy to handle, his master would not say such words. I'm just thinking that the sooner you go, the sooner you can come back. She hugged him tightly and smiled. I'll wait for you here. Come back when you're done. As for the things here, you don't have to worry. I'll take care of it. All right then. I'll go back to the Ling Mansion and see how my master is preparing. I want to accompany you to the Heavenly Pill building today, he said slowly. He also felt that it was better to go and come back early. All right, Fengjiu replied. Then she got up and washed up. After the two of them had a simple meal, one returned to the Ling Mansion and the other went to the Heavenly Pill building. When they arrived at the Heavenly Pill building, Fengjiu looked at yesterday's sales list. After seeing the things sold, she could not help but smile. I didn't expect the two heroes to sell so many elixirs. It seems that the families in the city also have a lot of hidden elixirs. Master, the elixirs have been collected here. Take a look. Lung Hua handed over a space ring. Such precious herbs were usually handed over to the master, who would refine them into elixirs or medicines. Fengjiu took it and glanced at it. Then she transferred the medicinal materials into her space and handed the space ring to Lung Hua. If you don't have enough elixirs, make up for it. The gold coins earned can be used for turnover. Yes, the two of them replied. Then they told her about how Immortal Master Ji Shui had also come to buy elixirs yesterday. Fengjiu was slightly surprised, but when she thought about how he was going to go overseas with Mose, she understood his intention to buy elixirs. It was true to bring those elixirs with him, just in case. All right, I got it. You guys can go back to work. She waved her hand, indicating for the two of them to leave. Yes, the two of them responded, then turned and walked out. When he reached the first floor, Lung Hua saw Yang shower again. When he saw her, He instinctively wanted to avoid her. After all, if he was entangled with her, it would be difficult for him to escape in a short time. You deal with the front. I'll head to the back first, Lung Hua said. Then he turned around and heard Yang Xiao's voice. Brother Lung Hua. Yang Xiao shouted and quickly walked toward him. Du Fan could not help but smile. That Miss Yang Xiao is looking for you again. You should deal with her yourself. Du Fan patted him on the shoulder and turned to leave. Seeing Du Fan leave, Lung Hua smiled helplessly and shook his head. Then he turned to look at Yang Xiao, who was walking quickly towards him. Miss Yang Xiao, what's the matter? Chapter 1987. Lung Hua looked at her hesitantly. You want help here? Yes. Didn't Sister Feng say that I could come over at any time? I don't have anything to do at home, so I came here to help. But I have to tell Sister Feng about this. She looked at him with a smile and whispered, Also, if I help here, I can see Brother Lung Hua often. Hearing this, the gentle smile on Lung Hua's face froze. How about this? Master is in the attic. You go up and tell her yourself. I still have things to do, so I won't accompany you up. Okay. She nodded and said, Then I'll go up first. As she spoke, she walked up the stairs with light steps. Because Yang Xiao often came to the attic, she wasn't stopped from going up. But Lung Hua, who was standing in the same place, looked a little distressed. After watching the figure go up the stairs, he shook his head and sighed. Why are you sighing so early in the morning? Lung Shuang appeared beside him and asked. Sister. Lung Hua saw her and smiled. Why are you here? Don't you need to go up and serve Master? Master doesn't need me to serve him up there. He asked me to come down and see if there's anything I can help with. Lung Shuang said. She looked at her brother and asked with concern, What happened to you just now? Are you too tired these 2 days? No. He shook his head and smiled. Just now, Shower Miss said that she wanted to come to the Heavenly Pill building to help. So, I asked her to go up to the attic and ask Master. As he spoke, his voice paused slightly. He looked at his sister and said, Sister, I feel that Shower Miss seems to be particularly enthusiastic about me. Hearing this, Lung Shuang glanced at Yang Kai's jade-like face and said, This Miss Yang has a preference for men with outstanding looks. Although you are indeed quite handsome, and the 8 Phoenix Guard captains are not inferior in terms of looks, she has a special liking for you. The most important reason for this is because you are gentle and polite. Lung Shuang couldn't help but smile when she said that. It was this smile that made her cold and elegant face seem even more lively, even more beautiful and enchanting. This second young lady's personality is rather straightforward, and she is not scheming. I can see that she is somewhat interested in you. Since you're not interested in her, you should make it clear to her as soon as possible. Sister, you usually don't talk much. Why are you talking so much to me today? Sis, you look really good when you smile. Lung Hua looked at her with bright eyes. He felt that his sister's smile was even more funny and gentle. He knew that his sister was very good to him since he was a child. The two of them depended on each other. If they hadn't met Master, perhaps they wouldn't be where they were today. His sister, who used to be as cold as ice, was no longer as indifferent as before after being with Master for a long time. Hearing this, Lung Shuang glanced at him, and the smile on her face disappeared. All right, I still have to look around. You can go and do your thing. With that, she turned around and prepared to leave. But who knew that when she turned around, she saw Nayland Zian walk in. When Nayland Zian saw her, he couldn't help but reveal a big smile. Miss Lung Shuang. Chapter 1988. Oh, I have nothing to do, so I came over to have a look. As Nayland Zian spoke, he looked at Lung Shuang and boldly said, Miss Lung Shuang, are you busy today? I want to invite you to have a cup of tea. Do you have time? Sorry, I'm very busy. Excuse me, Lung Shuang said and turned to leave. Nayland Zian stood there awkwardly and looked at Lung Hua. Well, then I better go back first. I'll send you off. Lung Hua smiled gently and sent him to the door, but he stood at the door and didn't move. He looked like he wanted to say something, so he asked, Is there anything else, young Master Nayland? Lung Hua, what is your sister like? Nayland Zian asked. He had never done this kind of thing to please a woman before. He wanted to give her jewelry and jade, but he didn't think she would like it. Lung Hua smiled and said, "Young Master Nalan, you don't have to worry. My sister usually doesn't like anything in particular. If she likes this person, even if he gives her something worthless, she will regard it as a treasure." "That's true." He nodded and expressed his understanding. "Then I'll go back first." Watching him leave, Lung Hua smiled and shook his head. He returned to the Heavenly Pill building. He didn't know what was going on with Nalan Zian. He actually took a fancy to his sister. Unfortunately, his sister had no interest in him. When he entered, he heard Yang Xiao's joyful voice. "Brother Lung Hua," Sister Feng agreed. Yang Xiao jumped in front of him and said to him with a smile. Sister Feng agreed. She said, "I can help here in the future." "I see. Then you can ask me or do Fan if you don't understand something in the future," Lung Hua said with a smile. "Okay," she responded crisply. Her eyes looked at Lung Hua with unconcealable love and joy, which made Lung Hua a little embarrassed. Thinking of his sister's words, he said, "Second young lady, come to the backyard. I have something to say to you." Hearing this, Yang Xiao was a bit surprised, but he still happily replied, "Okay." He then followed him to the backyard. There was no one else in the backyard. The two of them sat down at the table. Lung Hua looked at the cheerful little girl in front of him and didn't know what to say for a moment. "Brother Lung Hua, what do you want to talk to me about?" Yang Xiao asked crisply. He rested his chin on his hands and looked at Lung Hua with a smile. "You." He opened his mouth, but changed his mind. "It's like this. I want to ask you, did your father agree to come here to help? Will he have any objections?" After saying this, he sighed inwardly. He actually couldn't bring himself to say it. "Big brother Lung Hua, you don't have to worry," my father agreed. "He saw me running over here all day, and he couldn't do anything about it. He also said that if I was in the Heavenly Dan building, he would be at ease." "I see. That's good." He nodded and looked at her. In the end, he could only smile. "Then you go and do your work. Help greet the guests on the first floor." "Okay, then I'll go to the front. Big brother Lung Hua, if you need anything, just call me," she said with a smile, then walked to the front. Du Fan walked out from somewhere and sat down at the table with a light smile. He looked at Lung Hua's helpless expression and said with a smile, "Why does our gentle and refined young master Lung Hua also look so helpless?" Chapter 1989. I'm also handsome, so why don't any girls like me? Du Fan opened his fan and fanned himself. His smiling face was filled with confusion and doubt. Hearing this, Lung Hua couldn't help but smile. "What? You've taken a liking to the second young lady?" Du Fan laughed and shook his head. "The second young lady is cute, but her figure is too round. She's not my type. I like beauties with curvy bodies and gentle personalities. Men all like beautiful women. It's in their nature. Tell me, who would give up a beautiful woman with a beautiful figure for a chubby little girl?" "Du Fan," Lung Hua shouted, stopping him from continuing. The two of them caught a glimpse of a light green dress in the corner of the courtyard. It should be the second young lady standing there, listening to their conversation. If the girl heard this, she would probably be very sad. Just as Lung Hua expected, the person standing there was Yang Xiao, who had left and returned. After she inadvertently overheard their conversation, tears welled up in her eyes. She looked down at her round body and pinched her waist. She could only pinch the flesh and couldn't touch the waist at all. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but cry. She didn't think she was fat before, but now that she heard these words, she felt very sad. She didn't dare let the two of them see her and quietly left. Seeing the dress leave, Lung Hua looked at Du Fan. "You've gone too far. After all, she's a girl. She's thin-skinned." Du Fan fanned himself and smiled. "I'm just telling the truth. Although the truth sometimes hurts, this second young lady is still in the prime of her youth. If she makes up her mind, her figure should be able to change. This will be more beneficial for her to find a good husband in the future, right?" Lung Hua shook his head. "You can't say it like that. If you really like someone, then you'll like everything about her. Why would you dislike her because she's fat? Love at first sight is because of her beauty, but love grows over time because you truly love that person." Hearing this, Du Fan laughed and joked. "Haven't you never met a girl who's moved your heart? How come you know so much about love and relationships? Could it be that you found someone you like? I've been by Master's side for a long time, so I naturally have some understanding of these things. Lung Hua smiled and said, could it be that you think the Yama Lord only loves Master's appearance? How's that possible? Du Fan answered without thinking. I heard that when the Yama Lord and Master met, Master's appearance was still disfigured. Even later, it was because of some things that the two of them gradually got together. Even now, I believe that if Master loses everything, whether it's her appearance or her strength, the Yama Lord will still love her as always. Lung Huan nodded and smiled. So, if you truly love someone, you'll love everything about her. Whether it's her strengths or her weaknesses, in the eyes of the person you love, they're all strengths. Just like Master and the Yama Lord. Hearing this, Du Fan looked at Lung Hua seriously. After a while, his eyes moved slightly, and he asked with a smile, so, if you fall in love with the second young lady, you won't mind if she's chubby? Chapter 1990. He originally did not have any interest in this matter. He just wanted to stay by his master's side and work properly. How could he be moved by a little second miss? Du Fan laughed in a low voice. There are no absolutes in this world. Something like fate, who knows? He stood up and laughed as he walked out. For the rest of the day, Yang Xiao avoided Lung Hua the entire time. She did not dare approach him because Du Fan's words made her feel inferior, especially when she thought of Lung Hua's gentle temperament and outstanding appearance. As long as she thought of Du Fan's words and saw Lung Hua again, she could not raise her head. Lung Hua was a little surprised by this. Seeing that she was avoiding him, he did not say anything else. As for Fengjiu, she took care of some matters in the Heavenly Pill Building. After refining a cauldron of pills, she prepared to return to the Feng Manor. However, when she reached the first floor, she saw Yang Xiao dispiritedly wiping the cabinets. She could not help but call Lung Hua over. What's wrong with Xiao? She was so excited when I saw her this morning. How did she become like this? Is she not used to it? Lung Hua could not help but smile bitterly when he heard this. He told her about what had happened in the morning. It's just like that. I saw that she has been avoiding me since this morning. She doesn't even dare raise her head to look at me when she speaks. I was wondering if Du Fan's words were too excessive. Should I go talk to her? Hearing this, Fengjiu smiled. So it's like that. All right, you can go do what you need to do. Leave her to me. She gestured for Lung Hua to leave before walking towards Yang Xiao. Xiao, elder's sister Feng. Yang Xiao raised her head to look at her. Are you going back? I'm planning on going back. How are you? Are you used to it? She asked with a smile. I'm used to it. It's not hard to help out here. She lowered her head again as she spoke. Although it was not hard to do things here, she found that the people who came to buy things liked the beautiful female medicine attendants. They were not too willing to find her. Seeing this, Fengjiu smiled. I still plan to go out and buy some things. Come with me. Okay, she replied. Then, she walked out from behind the counter and followed Fengjiu out the door. Outside, she kept her head down and fiddled with the corners of her clothes. She seemed to be thinking about something. Occasionally, she would raise her head to look at Fengjiu, but she looked like she wanted to say something. What's wrong? Do you have something to say to me? Seeing that she did not speak, Fengjiu asked with a smile. Sister Feng, do all men like beautiful women? Do they all instinctively like beautiful women? Hearing this, Fengjiu chuckled. As they walked, she told her about how she met Xinyuan Mose. At the same time, she bought some things in the market. She was going to let Mose bring them back with him. Just like that. At that time, my face was still disfigured. After that, we kept fighting. I don't know when we gradually got together. Actually, it's a man's instinct to like beautiful women. However, what can really keep a man's heart is not your appearance or body, but your person. A person's heart is beautiful. That is true beauty. Chapter 1991. Hearing her words, Yang Xiao seemed to understand and looked at her in a daze. After a while, she asked, Elder Sister Feng, if I want to lose weight, do you have any way of helping me? You need to move more and sweat more. As long as you have the determination, you can lose weight without my help. She looked at her, then smiled. However, you don't need to be too skinny. Being chubby is also quite cute. Hearing this, Yang Xiao or secretly decided that she had to change. Thus, after shopping with her for a while, she went home first. Fengjiu saw that she was no longer as depressed as before and smiled, also returning to the Feng Manor. Inside the Ling residence, Xianyuan Mose and Jishui deity had already decided on a time to set out. It was set for the next day. Although Xianyuan Mose felt that it was a bit fast, he agreed because he wanted to leave early and return early. I want to see Fengjiu again tonight. Jishui deity looked at Xianyuan Mose and spoke. Hearing this, Xianyuan Mose glanced at him and asked, "Is something the matter? I want to exchange for a few more pills from her." Jishui deity directly said, not hiding his intentions. Xianyuan Mose stood up and brought him to the Feng Manor. When they passed through the small door between the two manors, Jishui deity could not help but be slightly surprised. The two manors were only separated by a single wall, and this place was connected. He had lived here for a few days, yet he had not noticed it. When they arrived at the Feng Manor, Fengjiu still had not returned. They sat in the courtyard for a while and drank tea until Hui Lang quickly walked over. "Master, the ghost doctor has returned." Outside, Fengjiu slowly walked into the courtyard and saw the two of them sitting there. She was stunned for a moment and then walked forward. "Immortal Master, Zhe, why are you here?" She didn't expect to see the two of them sitting in the courtyard. "My master said that she wanted to exchange for a few pills from you," Xianyuan Mose said, his deep black eyes carrying a trace of a smile as he looked at Fengjiu. When she met his gaze, she knew what he meant. She immediately walked over to the table and sat down. Looking at Jishui deity, she smiled and asked, "What kind of pills does deity want?" Jishui deity looked at her and asked, "Do you have any magic treasures that you need?" "I don't have many older spirit medicines left, but I have quite a few magic treasures and immortal tools that I can exchange for pills and medicines." Xianyuan Mose and Fengjiu glanced at each other. Xianyuan Mose didn't say anything, but picked up his teacup and took a sip of tea. Fengjiu, on the other hand, smiled and took out 3 medicine bottles from her space and placed them on the table. She then took out another bottle of medicine. "I know that a mortal monarch has gone to exchange for 2 pills. I wonder if these pills of mine are suitable for a mortal monarch." Immortal Master Jishui glanced at her. Then his gaze landed on the pill bottles in front of him. He asked, "What kind of pills are these? What are their uses?" "This is an internal pill. No matter how severe the internal injury is, it can be cured." The bottle in the middle contains a rank 6 detoxification pill. I believe that deity should know what kind of poison a rank 6 detoxification pill can cure, so I won't say too much. As for this bottle, it is a medicine for muscle regeneration and blood staunching. It is hard to avoid injuries when walking outside. This medicine can be used to heal external injuries. She spoke slowly. Her voice paused, and she picked up the last bottle of medicine. "As long as this medicine is taken, your strength will increase in an instant. This is a treasure that can save your life in a dangerous situation. I feel that deity should need these 4 things the most." What does deity think? Chapter 1992. Fengjiu was astonished to see the table full of magic tools, immortal tools, and elixirs. He didn't expect Immortal Lord Jishui to have so many things in his collection, and all of them looked pretty good. "You can pick them yourself," Immortal Lord Jishui said, letting her pick from the items, while he looked at the elixirs and elixirs. Fengjiu picked and looked, and finally took many life-saving immortal tools, as well as a few precious elixirs. Finally, she returned the rest to him. "Immortal Lord, I'll take these." She pointed at the items she picked out and said. Immortal Lord Jishui glanced at them and nodded. "You're not greedy." She didn't take all of his things. Hearing this, Fengjiu smiled, but didn't say anything. Instead, he took out a bottle of elixirs. This bottle contains the strange fragrance elixir. It has the effect of repelling poison. "Immortal Lord, keep it too. I won't take advantage of you. I'll give you these 2 as well." Immortal Lord Jishui took Fengjiu's elixirs and picked out 2 defensive magic tools for her. "Since that's the case, I'll accept them without hesitation." She smiled and put away the items, preparing to give some to Lung Hua and the others, so that they could protect themselves. "We're leaving tomorrow. Rest early tonight." Immortal Lord Ji Shui stood up and said to Xianyuan Mose, then turned and returned to the Ling residence. After Immortal Lord Ji Shui left, Fengjiu took out the items from the space. I bought some things when I came back. You can keep them in the space. They might be useful in the future. Also, I had someone make 10 sets of clothes for you a few days ago. I want to get them just now. Take them with you. Also, this is for you. She handed him a spirit fruit in an ice box. This is a spirit fruit from the bottle tree in the space. Old White ate one and mutated into a white dragon. Later, I looked into it and found that this fruit can increase the strength of beasts and cultivators. If they eat it, they can also increase the strength of cultivators. If they are lucky, they can even produce a mutated spirit root, a mutated spiritual root. Xianyuan Mose was slightly surprised. Just this spiritual fruit? Well, I read about it in an ancient book, but I haven't eaten it myself, so I don't know if it's real or not. Moreover, there are only a few fruits on the vase tree. I learned from the ancient book that the vase tree blossoms and bears fruit every 100 years. At most, it can only bear a few fruits at a time. When you go overseas this time, find a chance to eat this spirit fruit and see its effect. Yes, he nodded and said, don't let anyone else know about this fruit, lest you attract trouble. I know, she replied softly. You, on the other hand, have to be careful when you go overseas this time. Don't be careless. You have to come back safely to see me. Hearing this, Xianyuan Mo smiled and held her hand. I know, don't worry. I asked the kitchen to prepare a few dishes. Let's go to the pavilion in front to eat. Fengjiu suggested. Okay. He held her hand and walked out, walking around the garden in the courtyard before sitting down in the pavilion. The two chatted for a while, and not long after, the servants served a few dishes. The two enjoyed this moment of peace and quiet in the pavilion, and only returned to the courtyard to rest when the sky turned dark. Chapter 1993. Immortal Monarch, Zhe went overseas with you. Although I don't know when he will return, I hope that no matter when he returns, he will be fine. She looked at Immortal Monarch, Ji Shui, and said. Hearing this, Immortal Monarch, Ji Shui's eyes flashed. Don't worry, I will do my best to let him return safely. Xianyuan Mose heard Fengjiu's words and felt a warm current in his heart. He reached out and hugged her, kissing her forehead. Don't worry about me. Just take care of yourself. You too. She reached out and hugged his waist, greedily smelling his scent. After a long time, she let go of him. Take care. Xianyuan Mose looked at her deeply, then turned and left with his master. The two of them left the residence and flew on their swords, disappearing from sight in a short while. Ghost Doctor, don't worry. Master will definitely return safely. Hui Lang said from behind. He and Ying Yi were left behind, while Master left alone with Immortal Monarch Ji Shui. No one knew when he would return. Let's go back, Fengjiu said, then turned and returned to the residence. In the next few days, sometimes she would cultivate in the residence. Sometimes she would go to the Heavenly Pill building to refine pills. The days gradually became busy. Other than the people from 100 River City who came to the Heavenly Pill building to buy pills, people from other cities also came after hearing the news. However, at first, there were some ordinary people and cultivators who came. After a day or two, the people who came in and out gradually became people with status. This was because the Heavenly Pill building's pills were not cheap. Not to mention ordinary people, even some ordinary rogue cultivators could not afford to buy them. Not to mention the pills on the second floor that required some spiritual herbs with age rings to exchange. Most of the pills refined by Fengjiu were refined using dozens of precious spirit medicines, so the price naturally could not be close to the people. Furthermore, the Heavenly Dan building did not have low-grade pills and the like, so gradually the Heavenly Dan building became a place where people with status came in and out. Master, the president of the Alchemy Guild, is here again. He says he wants to see you. Lung Hua came to the backyard and said to his master, who was picking medicinal ingredients in the yard. No, Fengjiu said without raising his head. Hearing this, Lung Hua paused for a moment, then said, then this subordinate will reply to them. Although he felt that it would be best to meet with the president of the Alchemist Guild, It was obvious that his master wasn't interested in them. Only, he didn't know if his repeated rejections would cause them to harbor hatred in their hearts. After all, President Fan had already sought an audience with him many times. Just as Lung Hua turned to leave, Du Fan also walked in. Master, a person came today with a medicine request order. This is the medicine request order. Feng Jiu glanced at the medicine order and asked, "What medicine did that person ask for?" As he spoke, his hands did not stop moving. The Heavenly Pill Building had issued some medicine orders and medicinal pills. Anyone who had a medicine order or medicinal pill could come here to ask for the corresponding medicine as long as they prepared what she wanted. That person said that he could only tell you after seeing Master. Du Fan slightly lowered his head and said. Hearing this, Feng Jiu stopped. She patted the dust on her hands and said unhurriedly, "Since that's the case, bring him in and let me see him." Chapter 1994. At this time, the president of the Alchemy Guild was chatting with the person who was asking for medicine. He looked at the medicine token in the other party's hand and couldn't help but be curious. I heard that the Heavenly Pill Building doesn't give out many ghost medicine tokens. Since you're not from 100 Rivers City, why do you have a medicine token? The person who was asking for medicine was a middle-aged man. Behind him were 4 powerful cultivators. Seeing that the other party was the president of the Alchemy Guild, he said, "I spent a lot of money and effort to buy this from someone else. Although I'm not from 100 River City, I heard that the ghost doctor of this Heavenly Pill Building has great medical skills, so I'm here to see you." "I see." President Fan nodded in realization. Then he saw Lung Hua walk out. He couldn't help but ask, "Manager Lung, is the building lord willing to see me?" "President Fan, I'm really sorry," Lung Hua said apologetically. Hearing this, he couldn't help but feel disappointed. "I know. The building lord has a guest today, so I'll come another day. I'll take my leave first." He cupped his hands and smiled at the middle-aged man before turning to leave. The middle-aged man's eyes flashed. He didn't expect that the building lord of the Heavenly Pill Building, Ghost Dr. Feng Jiu, would refuse to see the president of the Alchemy Guild. This surprised him. At this time, he wasn't surprised at all. If he didn't have a medicine token, he might not have been able to see the ghost doctor. At this time, Du Fan walked out and made a gesture to the middle-aged man. "Please follow me. Your servant will wait here for the time being." The middle-aged man said something to the people behind him, then followed Du Fan to the back. When he arrived at the backyard, he saw a woman in red picking medicinal herbs. Thinking of the description of the ghost Dr. Feng Jiu, he knew that the woman in front of him was the ghost Dr. Feng Jiu, the owner of the Heavenly Pill Building. "Greetings, Ghost Doctor." He stepped forward and cupped his hands. He didn't look down on her because she was a woman and was young. Feng Jiu looked up at the person and said, "Please sit." She gestured to the table beside her, then put down what she was doing and took the medicine token to the table and sat down. Du Fan asked someone to serve 2 cups of tea, then stood quietly to the side. "What medicine do you want to ask for?" She played with the medicine token in her hand. She didn't ask about its origin or anything else, only what medicine he wanted. His tone was respectful and sincere as he said, "Ghost Doctor, I'm here today to ask for medicine for my son. He came back a few months ago with injuries on his body. He didn't say anything, so we didn't pay much attention to it. However, after that, all his other injuries healed, but there was a burn wound that couldn't heal. No matter what medicine we used, it kept festering, and it's getting more and more serious now. Therefore, I would like to ask for a medicine that can heal my son's wound, and I hope that the ghost doctor can bestow the medicine. Burn, S wounds, ing. Ding medicine. T-tess." She looked at the middle-aged man in front of her, who had an upright look between his eyebrows, and asked slowly, "Did your son come with you on this trip?" "Yes, but because his wounds are festering, I'll let him stay in a courtyard first. He didn't come with me to the Heavenly Pill Building." Chapter 1995. Hearing this, the middle-aged man was overjoyed. He quickly stood up and thanked him. "Then I'll go back and prepare now. I'll bring my son here in the afternoon." Feng Jiu nodded and asked Du Fan to send him off. After the two of them walked out, Feng Jiu went to see Elder Tan again. "Grandpa Tan, how are you today?" She came to the room and sat down. "I'm much better now. I can get out of bed and walk around. Elder Tan said as he looked at Fengjiu and said, I really have to thank you this time. If it wasn't for you, I might not have been able to save my old life. Don't call me Grandpa Tan anymore. I really can't afford to be called Grandpa by you. If you think highly of me, just call me Elder Tan. She smiled and said, Okay. She replied and then asked, What are your plans for the future? If you don't have any other plans or places to go, you can actually stay here and help me. Hearing this, Elder Tan was surprised. Can I? I can stay here. He had no fixed residence, and he couldn't go back to the place he used to be. If he could stay here with her, it would be a good home. Of course you can. You can help me take care of some things here. It'll be easier for me to help you in the building. She smiled and said, Then let's arrange it this way. You should recuperate first and stay in the Heavenly Pill building in the future. At that time, I'll introduce you to some people in the building. Elder Tan couldn't hide his excitement. My life is yours from now on. She saved him and gave him a home to return to. How could he not repay her well? Fengjiu stayed in the room for a while before leaving. After taking care of the matters in the backyard, she went to the attic to rest. In the afternoon, Lung Hua came and said that the people from the Gu family had come. In the backyard of the Heavenly Pill building, in addition to the middle-aged man, there was another man in his 20s or 30s. The man was dressed in a navy blue robe. He was tall and sturdy, and his face was resolute. He was somewhat similar to the middle-aged man. At this time, he was sitting upright and drinking tea. His expression was calm and indifferent, as if he didn't care whether the injuries on his body could be cured or not. When Fengjiu came in, she saw the man in the navy blue robe. Even though the man was sitting upright, he gave off a very tall feeling. His figure was somewhat similar to her brother, Guan Shilin. What caught her attention the most was his calm and indifferent temperament. Ghost Doctor. When Patriarch Gu saw Feng Nine, he hurriedly got up and cupped his hand with a smile. This is my son, Gu Xiangyi. Seeing this, Gu Xiangyi stood up but did not bow. She only nodded. Ghost Doctor. Then, he looked at Fengjiu calmly. Like many people, when he saw Fengjiu for the first time, he was stunned. However, Fengjiu noticed that other than being stunned when he saw her for the first time, he quickly returned to normal. He looked at her with appreciation. This kind of temperament and composure was rare. Ghost Doctor, it's like this. My son's injury is on his shoulder. Because of the severity of the injury, he can't feel his right hand. So, Patriarch Gu was explaining why his son didn't salute. Fengjiu smiled and said, It's okay. Sit down. She motioned for the two to sit down. Then, she said to Gu Xiangyi, Give me your hand. Chapter 1996. Take off your shirt. I'll take a look at your wound. Fengjiu gestured. Gu Xiangyi paused and looked at him hesitantly, saying, Ghost Doctor, my wound is a bit scary. She was a woman after all, so he didn't want to scare her. Hearing this, Fengjiu couldn't help but laugh. Scary wound? It's fine. I haven't encountered a wound that can scare me. Family head Gu couldn't help but say, Ghost Doctor is a doctor. What kind of wound haven't you seen? Come, I'll help you take off your shirt. He was worried that his right hand wouldn't be able to remove his clothes. No need, I'll do it myself. He refused his father's help and untied his belt to take off his outer shirt. However, while the outer shirt was easy to remove, the inner shirt wasn't so easy to remove. Moreover, he had only taken off a simple piece of clothing, but his forehead was already covered in sweat. Seeing this, Fengjiu said to Lung Shuang, help him take off his clothes and remove the cloth tied around him. Yes. Lung Shuang, who was waiting on the side, responded and took 2 steps forward to Gu Xiangyi's side to help him take off his clothes. Faced with the sudden approach of a woman, Gu Xiangyi instinctively took a step back. No need, I'll have my father help me. Seeing this, Fengjiu raised his eyebrows and looked at Gu Xiangyi with interest. Lung Shuang paused for a moment. She glanced at the man in front of her and then looked at her master. Family head Gu reacted and stepped forward, smiling as he said, Ghost Doctor and Miss Lung, please excuse us. My son's personality is a bit strange, but he doesn't mean any harm. It's fine, just take off your clothes. Fengjiu rested his chin on one hand and looked at the father and son with a smile. Gu Xiangyi was a bit uncomfortable when he heard this. Why did it sound so strange? He glanced at the ghost doctor and saw that the other party had a smile on his face. His gaze carried a hint of playfulness as he stared at him, while the black-clothed woman called Lung Shuang had a cold expression on her face. She walked back to the side and stood silently. He couldn't help but find it strange that there was a young man behind the ghost doctor. Why didn't she ask that young man to help her take off his clothes and remove the cloth from his wound? Instead, she asked the woman in black. He really couldn't understand what kind of person the ghost doctor was. Her actions and actions didn't seem like a normal person's. As his clothes were removed and the cloth on his wound, the wound, a rotten smell even stronger than before, which made Gu Xiangyi felt a bit embarrassed. Feng Jiu, who smelled the odor, raised her eyebrows. She stared at the wound and stood up. The wound was between the right arm and the shoulder. The festering area was the size of a palm, and the shoulder bone was faintly visible. The situation was very serious. What surprised Feng Jiu was that this person could still maintain a calm expression with such an injury on his body. This person was not simple. How did you get this wound? How did you get hurt? She asked, looking at Gu Xiangyi's resolute face and calm expression. Gu Xiangyi paused for a moment, then said, I encountered a volcanic eruption in the volcanic forest and was scalded by the lava spewing out. Chapter 1997. Gu Xiangyi's eyes flashed as she glanced at Feng Jiu, asking, Ghost Doctor, you don't know about the volcano forest? I don't know, I just came here not long ago. She shook her head and said, The volcano forest is the forest that most people go there to train. However, there's a large volcano in the depths that erupts every 3 months. Although it is dangerous when it erupts, precious materials will be ejected from the underground rock ores when the volcano erupts. Due to the special materials contained in the magma, it can even melt the ground, let alone human skin and flesh. My injury was only splashed by some small rock ores at that time, but after I used medicine, it didn't have any effect, causing the wound to worsen. Hearing this, Feng Jiu nodded, then said to the two, The wound is already worsened to the bone. If it isn't treated as soon as possible, losing your hand is a small matter, but it is very likely that you will lose your life as well. She looked at Gu Xiangyi and said, If you hadn't been taking medicinal pills to suppress the internal fire in your body, the internal fire caused by the wound would be enough to cause the poisonous fire to attack your heart. Hearing this, the hearts of the father and son moved. It was indeed because she had been taking medicinal pills to suppress the poisonous fire. Because the wound was festering and inflamed, the poisonous fire couldn't come out and was forced into the body. If it wasn't for those medicinal pills, she wouldn't have been able to live until now. And as far as they knew, no one who had been scalded by the volcano's magma had survived. They had come here to give it a try. After all, a glimmer of hope was always a glimmer of life. Please save me, Ghost Doctor. Patriarch Gu hurriedly said. Feng Jiu smiled and said, Patriarch Gu should know the rules here. I know. In addition to the medicine order, you also need the corresponding gold coins and 3 500-year-old spiritual herbs. I've already brought them. Patriarch Gu hurriedly said, taking out 3 500-year-old spiritual herbs from his space. Unexpectedly, Feng Jiu looked at the 3 spiritual herbs and shook his head. Although these 3 spiritual herbs are 500-year-old, they are not what I need, nor are they necessary to treat your son's injury. So these 3 spiritual herbs are of no use to me. Patriarch Gu's face paled when he heard this. He looked at Feng Jiu, then at Gu Xiangyi, not knowing what to do for a moment. These spiritual herbs were from his family's collection. There were very few 500-year-old spiritual herbs, and they had been collected with great difficulty. Now, they weren't the spiritual herbs he needed then. Gu Xiangyi heard this and frowned. He looked at Feng Jiu and asked, Ghost Doctor, are you sure you can treat my injury? Of course. Feng Jiu nodded with a smile. Doctor, what are your conditions? As long as I can do it, I won't. Patriarch Gu reacted when he heard his son's words. He looked at Feng Jiu and said, As long as the Ghost Doctor can save my son, our Gu family will not forget this great kindness. If you have any requests in the future, we will not refuse. Feng Jiu shook his head and looked at Gu Xiangyi with a smile. No need to be so serious. I just need you to do something for me. Hearing this, the father and son of the Gu family were slightly surprised and asked, "What is it?" Chapter 1998. Just like that, Patriarch Gu was in disbelief. Wasn't this the same as asking them to be the spiritual medicine supplier of the heavenly pill building? This was a cooperative relationship. Not to mention them, it was an extremely good thing for any family that was in the business of spiritual medicine. However, what surprised them even more was that it only took her half a day to find out that they were in the business of medicinal herbs. When they thought of the 500-year-old spiritual medicines that he had just taken out, they couldn't help but blush. Although those 500-year-old spiritual medicines were hard to come by and were part of their collection, for a medicinal family like the Gu clan, it wasn't difficult to obtain such aged spiritual medicines. All they needed was time. However, the other party didn't care about it, and instead threw out such an opportunity for cooperation, which made him feel that he was a little narrow-minded. Feng Jiu smiled and said, "The spiritual medicines that I want are the best. Not just any spiritual medicine can be given to me. Other than your Gu clan, I have another source of spiritual medicines. However, if you want to expand your business, you can't lack spiritual medicines." Gu Xiangyi, who was next to him, nodded when he heard this. "That's not a problem. In the future, I will personally check all the spiritual medicines that your heavenly pill building wants." "Very good." She nodded in satisfaction and said to him, "Come in with me." Then she turned and walked to another empty room. Gu Xiangyi followed her, but family head Gu wanted to follow her but was stopped. "Family head Gu, just wait here." When they entered the room, Feng Jiu gestured for him to lie down on the bed. He took out a small knife from his space to disinfect it and said, "The rotten flesh on your wound needs to be removed before I can apply medicine. Otherwise, it will be useless. The process of removing the rotten flesh will be a little painful, so bear with it." Gu Xiangyi responded and lay on the bed without moving until a sharp pain hit him. His body immediately tensed up, and the sweat on his forehead gradually seeped out and dripped down drop by drop. Lung Hua, who was next to him, stood still and watched his master, who was wearing a mask, remove the rotten flesh on the wound bit by bit and clean the wound. As time passed, the rotten flesh on the wound was removed and a fist-sized hole appeared. His shoulder was oozing black because of the poisonous fire. His master took a sharp knife and scraped the black bone until the black poisonous fire was removed. Only then did he apply a light green, transparent ointment to the wound. The cold feeling seeped into his bones and flesh, and Gu Xiangyi couldn't help but exhale softly. The cold feeling gradually eased the burning pain of the wound, and the numbness of the pain disappeared. What replaced it was a kind of heart-piercing coldness. Faintly, under this coldness, he felt that the fingers of his right hand, which had been numb before, were gradually regaining feeling. Feng Jiu cleaned and disinfected the knife and put it away. He washed his hands, then took off his mask and stood up. The wound has been treated and the ointment has been applied. Here is the ointment, which has the effect of restoring muscle and relieving pain. When you go back, apply it once in the morning and once in the evening. It will take about half a month for the wound to recover. Thank you. He sat up and tilted his head slightly to look at the wound on his shoulder that was covered with ointment. Chapter 1999. When Gu Xiangyi walked out after bandaging her wound, she happened to hear her father ask the ghost doctor why she wanted to cooperate with him. Hearing this, his footsteps paused. Indeed, he didn't understand why she wanted to cooperate with him. Feng Jiu smiled when he heard this and said, "Naturally, it's because she values your Gu family's integrity and credibility." Hearing this, Master Gu looked at her deeply. "Thank you for thinking so highly of us, Ghost Doctor. Don't worry, my Gu family won't let you down." Feng Jiu nodded slightly. "Then let's find another time to talk about the cooperation." "Okay." Master Gu looked at his son who walked out and saw that his face was paler than before. He stepped forward and came to his side. "Xiangyi, how do you feel?" "I'm fine, father," Gu Xiangyi said and looked at Feng Jiu. "Ghost Doctor, we'll visit again another day." Feng Jiu smiled and then looked at Lung Hua. "Send the two of them off for me." Master Gu, this way please." He made a gesture of invitation and led them out. "Goodbye," the two said and turned to leave. Not long after, Lung Hua came back. "Master, they've left." Fengjiu nodded and saw Luo Yu walk in. "Master, there's news." What news?" "It's about the Han Rong that Master asked us to investigate." "There's news about him," Luo Yu said. Seeing the smile on his master's face disappear, he said in a deep voice, "He has indeed entered the devil path. Moreover, this subordinate has received news that he will soon go to the volcano forest to collect some natural volcanic material. If you want to take his life, this is a good opportunity." Since his master returned, he had secretly investigated Han Rong's news, and he only received this news today. Han Rong caused the Feng family to suffer so much. He believed that his master would never let him go after knowing this news. "Volcano forest?" "Huh!" She chuckled, but there was no trace of a smile in her eyes. She walked step by step in the courtyard. After a long while, she instructed, "Lung Hua, when the time comes, you can talk to them about the cooperation with the Gu clan. You guys keep an eye on the Heavenly Pill building. At present, ordinary people won't provoke us. I'll make a trip to the fire forest. When the time comes, leave the fire phoenix behind to guard it." Hearing this, they couldn't help but look at each other. Luo Yu asked, "Master, why don't you just let us go? We have also seen his portrait and recognize that Han Rong. If we go, wouldn't it be better for Master to stay here? If that Han Rong was easy to deal with, he wouldn't have survived until now." Fengjiu sneered. Since he took over the body, he knew that the people from Yin Dian and I were looking for him. He rarely went out and stayed by the Demon Venerable's side. Now that this person has the opportunity, I naturally have to meet him personally. With Han Rong's cunning, I won't be at ease even if you guys go. I have to do this matter personally. It just so happens that I also want to see the natural material in the fire forest. If it's useful, I'll bring some back." She said slowly, glanced at them, and then smiled. "If there's something you can't solve, you can also go to Mo-chan. I will ask him to help look after the Heavenly Pill building during this time." Chapter 2000. No need. It's more convenient for me to move on my own. Moreover, Mo-chan is like a moving luminous pearl. Wherever he goes, he'll be dazzling. If I let him follow me, wouldn't I be asking for trouble? She gently smiled. With Mo-chan's appearance and aura, how could it be easy to hide? But they still wanted to say something, but they were stopped. "All right, I know what you're worried about. Don't worry. It's not like it's the first time I've been outside by myself." She waved her hand, indicating that they didn't need to say anything more. She then said to Luo Yu, "Organize the information for me. Give it to me later." "Yes," Luo Yu replied, then turned and left. "If someone comes to ask for pills or medicine while I'm gone, you guys deal with it. If you can't deal with it, then wait for me to come back." Fengjiu said to Du Fan and Lung Hua. "Yes," the two of them replied. After giving her instructions, she went up to the pavilion and took out the transportation scroll from her space. Looking at it, she found a landmark of the Fire Mountain Forest and couldn't help but smile. This thing really is a treasure. It can be said that you can come and go as you please, she softly said. She couldn't help but feel her heart skip a beat. She wondered if there were any places outside of the sea on it. Thus, she carefully looked at it. She found that there were no landmarks outside of the sea on the transportation scroll. Instead, there were places like the Phoenix Dynasty. There's no place outside of the sea, but there's the Phoenix Dynasty. If that's the case, going back is easy, she softly muttered. She took the transportation scroll and looked at it, then finally put it away. She took care of some of the matters in the Heavenly Pill building and made some arrangements. When it was evening, Luo Yu brought the information he had prepared to her. She gave him some instructions, then returned to the Feng Manor. She had someone send a message to the Nayland family the next day, telling him to come to the Feng Manor. The next morning, Mo-chan arrived at the Feng Manor. Under the guidance of Lung Hua, he arrived at the inner courtyard. Seeing the table in the courtyard with a few dishes and Fengjiu smiling at him, his eyes flashed, and he walked forward with a smile. "What day is it today? You're actually inviting me to the manor for a drink? Didn't I say I was going to treat you to a drink? These are all my treasures." Fengjiu smiled and poured him a glass of wine. At the same time, He joked, "Don't worry, my wine won't get you drunk after 3 glasses. You can drink it without worry." Hearing this, Enchanting laughed. He lifted his robe and sat down at the table. Then, he said, "You'd better be straightforward. If you don't make things clear to me first, I won't be able to drink to my heart's content." Fengjiu smiled and said, "It's not a big deal. I'm just going out for a while, so I wanted to tell you to help me take care of the Heavenly Pill building." "Oh, you're going out? Where are you going?" He was a little surprised. Xinyuan Mose had only left for a few days. Why was she going out? "I'm going to the fire forest to deal with some matters." She raised her wine glass and took a sip. "I'll leave in a few days. Are you planning to go alone?" He frowned slightly. "What is it that you can't let your subordinates handle? You have to go alone? If you're going alone, you should bring some people. If something happens to you while you're out alone, how will I explain it to that petty man?" Chapter 2001. He's not here right now. Even if he was here, I wouldn't be afraid of him. Enchanting smiled as he spoke. He also picked up his wine cup and took a sip. The wine was mellow in his mouth, and a mouthful of spiritual energy flowed through his body. It was very comfortable. "Did you make this spirit wine yourself?" he asked. "You can say that. It's just some high-quality spirit wine that I made myself." "How is it?" "The taste isn't bad, right?" She played with the wine cup as she looked at the wine cup in his hand. "It's not bad. The taste is very special. It's not inferior to the one I drank last time. Today, I prepared 3 types of wine. Try them and see which one suits your taste. I'll give you 2 jars." She put down the wine cup and picked up her chopsticks to eat. Hearing this, Enchanting smiled elegantly. "You want me to help you look after the Heavenly Pill building, so you're giving me wine? That's a bit too much. In any case, we've known each other for a long time. That's because I want to see you. I'm not willing to give it to anyone else." As Fengjiu spoke, he smiled and narrowed his eyes. Today, these dishes were specially prepared by the kitchen. This wine was also specially prepared. "Even if you're not busy, you should help me. Don't you think it's better if I go with you?" He looked at her, and his handsome face was serious. "The danger in the Fire Mountain Forest is something you can't estimate. If you go alone, I won't feel at ease." Fengjiu smiled. "Compared to this, just help me look after the Heavenly Pill building. I don't have many friends here. The only one I can trust and have the ability to do this is you." Hearing her say this, Enchanting helplessly smiled. "It seems that you've made up your mind. No matter what I say, you won't change your mind. Since that's the case, I won't say anything more. You should be careful when you go to the Fire Mountain Forest." "And I know. Come, let's drink." She poured wine for him and said, "After drinking this wine, try another type of wine. The taste is completely different from this one." In the courtyard, the 2 drank wine and ate while chatting. On this day, Enchanting stayed in the Feng Manor until evening before preparing to leave. "All right, it's getting late. I'll head back first." Enchanting rubbed his forehead and stood up. His body was slightly wobbly as he shook his head and said with a smile, "You said this wine wouldn't get you drunk. You've been drinking from morning till now. It's already a miracle that you're not drunk yet." Fengjiu didn't move from his seat. He held his slightly red cheeks with one hand and smiled at the swaying figure. He shouted outside, "Lung Shuang? Lung Shuang?" "Master." Lung Shuang walked in from outside the courtyard, glanced at the 2 people in the courtyard, then came to Fengjiu's side. "Go and prepare a bowl of hangover soup for him." Fengjiu waved his hand as he spoke. His expression didn't look like he was drunk. It was just that his face was slightly red because he had drunk quite a bit of wine. "Enchanting, sit a bit longer. Let Ling Shuang bring you some hangover soup. You can't go back like this." She smiled and gestured for him to sit while saying, "With your alcohol tolerance, let me tell you, in the future, don't compete with Zay in drinking. You're not his opponent." Chapter 2002. Lung Shuang, send him off. Have someone prepare a carriage to send him back." Fengjiu shouted to the outside. Only then did he stand up with the support of the table. He shook his head with a smile and walked back to his room. She returned to her room and washed her face before lying down on the bed. However, just as she was about to fall asleep, she heard the sound of footsteps on the roof. In an instant, she opened her eyes, and a cold light flashed through them. Which daring person dared to come to her home before the sky turned dark? She closed her eyes and calmly listened. From the sound of the footsteps, she could tell that there was only one person's footsteps. Did they come to scout the area? Her heart skipped a beat, and she ran through all the possible enemies in her mind. However, she felt that with the current reputation of the Heavenly Pill Building, it was impossible for the various powers in 100 River City to move against her. Then it was possible that it was the group of people that had chased after Elder Tan. Ever since that day, there had been no news from those people. She had asked Luo Yu and the others to investigate, but in the end, they had only found a hidden force. Those people had not made any moves, so she thought that this matter should have come to an end. After about half a stick of incense, Lung Shuang's voice came from outside. "Master, come in." Hearing the voice coming from inside, Lung Shuang walked in. Arriving at the bedside, he quietly said, "Master, the manor's hidden guard said that someone came to investigate our Feng Manor. However, the other party left after scouting the area. They did not act rashly and alert the enemy." She covered herself with the blankets and closed her eyes, not opening them. Have them increase their vigilance over the next 2 days. As for what they discovered earlier, since the other party did not reveal themselves, pass down the order that they do not reveal themselves. Yes. Lung Shuang complied, then turned around and left. Fengjiu slept for a while. When night fell, 10 or so imperceptible footsteps passed over the Feng Manor's roof and quietly appeared in the Feng Manor's courtyard. Sure enough, there are no weak soldiers under a strong general. Did they already know that we would come? An evil voice rang out in the night. When this voice rang out, the surroundings were still quiet, and there was nothing out of the ordinary. However, it was precisely this excessive silence that was abnormal. The door slowly opened, and Fengjiu, dressed in red, slowly walked out. His gaze fell on the man who was protected in the middle of the courtyard. He calmly sized him up. "Are you from the Black Hill Hall?" The Black Hill Hall was the faction that was chasing after Elder Tan. This faction could be said to be an assassination faction and was considered to be one of the top in this area. When a man in the middle heard this, his sharp eyes flashed. He stared at Fengjiu with surprise in his eyes, as if he had found a prey. I didn't expect the ghost doctor to not only have excellent medical skills, but also have good investigative skills. You found out that we are from the Black Hill Hall in such a short time. Are you the hall master of the Black Hill Hall?" She furrowed her brows slightly, somewhat displeased that the other party was staring at her as if she was his prey. Clearly, this person did not have this bit of awareness at all. On the contrary, he did not conceal his naked ambition at all. Chapter 2003. Fengjiu chuckled. His laughter was cold, and it did not reach his eyes. She leaned against the door, and her clear eyes swept across the dozen people in the courtyard. Finally, her gaze landed on the man who was leading them. "Is that so? Unfortunately, I don't admire you," she said casually. She spoke absent-mindedly, as she crossed her arms and looked at the man. The words that came out of her mouth, however, were an order to the people of the Feng Manor. "Kill the intruder." These indifferent words were neither fast nor slow, neither light nor heavy as they spread across the night sky. The cold, murderous aura in those words caused the people from Black Hill Hall to be startled. This woman dared to make an enemy out of the Black Hill Hall? Just as they were thinking about this, they suddenly saw over 20 figures appear in their surroundings. Most of these people were at the peak of the fairy realm. These people were none other than the team members that Fengjiu had brought along. They had originally left separately. However, some of them had returned to her side after leaving for a period of time, and they continued to work by her side. This was because, for these loose cultivators, as long as it was something that they recognized, anywhere could be their home, and anywhere could be their final destination. Thus, when Fengjiu gave the order, they instantly attacked the people in the courtyard. They had been trained to be tough and had outstanding fighting abilities. They knew where the weakest part of a person's body was, and when they attacked, they went straight for their opponent's fatal spot. Sharp sword energy filled the air with killing intent. The people from the Black Hill Hall were besieged by over 20 people, and they were besieged by over 20 fairy realm powerhouses. This caused the faces of the people from the Black Kill Hall to change slightly, and they quickly reacted. In response to Fengjiu's order to kill, the Black Kill Hall's master only curled up the corners of his mouth and laughed. His burning gaze was filled with determination as he stared at the enchanting woman in red in front of him. As expected, you're to my liking. I'll definitely take you. Eh, with just you? Fengjiu laughed coldly. His hand swept past his waist, and the Qing Feng sword appeared. A green light mixed with a sharp air current formed a cold sword energy that attacked the hall master. That's right, I'll do it. He narrowed his eyes and stared at her with interest. Originally, I was only here to take a look, but I've changed my mind. I'll kidnap you tonight. As he spoke, he gathered spirit energy in his hand and used it to block Fengjiu's sword chi. He dodged to the side and took a step forward, arriving at Fengjiu's side. Beauties are common, but such a charming beauty is rare. Ghost Doctor, don't you think so? He stretched out his finger to touch Fengjiu's chin. However, before he could touch Fengjiu's chin, he saw a green light flash past, and he felt a sharp pain in his arm. Yes, he grunted and quickly retreated a few steps. He tilted his head slightly and looked at the wound on his arm caused by the Qing Feng sword. His gaze swept over to Fengjiu. Fengjiu raised his chin slightly and met the hall master's gaze. His tone was cold and mocking. Why don't you take a mirror and look at your toad-like appearance? Even if you dare to speak, I don't dare to listen. The hall master's face stiffened when he heard this. He stared at her with a gloomy expression. You have a sharp tongue. Wait until you've fallen into my hands before we talk about it again. Chapter 2004. Hiss. He let out a muffled groan and sucked in a breath of cold air. His legs were instantly clamped together, and his face was flushed red as he quickly retreated. He pointed at Fengjiu in disbelief. You are not a woman. He gritted his teeth and pointed at her. The important part between his legs had been fiercely kicked, and it was so painful that his legs were trembling. He never thought that this peerless woman with an outstanding temperament would actually kick a man's most vulnerable part the moment she fought with him. Such a crude kick, yet it was used so cleanly and nimbly. That kick came too quickly, and he had no chance to avoid it. Hiss! He sucked in another breath of air and clamped his legs together. If it wasn't for the fact that he couldn't do such a vulgar action in front of so many people, he would have used both hands to check if his family jewels had been broken. Fengjiu sneered, and her gaze swept between his legs. With a smile that wasn't a smile, she said, Don't forget that I am the Ghost Doctor. Do you think that my kick would be so casual? Hearing this, his expression instantly changed, and his eyes narrowed as he looked at her. What do you mean? Damn it, that kick hurts so much. It's exactly what it means. Fengjiu looked at him playfully. Your thoughts are impure, and your eyes are filled with evil thoughts. I will break your evil root. I believe it will be very interesting for you. His heart jumped. He didn't know if it was the effect of her words, or if the original kick was as he said, but at this moment, he felt that the most vulnerable part between his legs was faintly numb. His heart couldn't help but sink, and he reached out to attack her. Then this sovereign will take you back. If I don't get it up, you will also have to suffer. In your dreams. Fengjiu turned the long sword in her hand, and sword chi shot out again. The green sword chi was like a sharp blade as it attacked the hall master. There were only a dozen or so people from the Black Kill Hall. They did not expect that, other than the people from the Heavenly Dam building, there would be so many people guarding the place. They were caught off guard for a moment, especially when they saw that their master was gradually at a disadvantage in the fight with the Ghost Doctor. In addition, when they thought of the peak stage immortal expert who had been killed by the Ghost Doctor some time ago and saw the ruthlessness of these people tonight, the more they fought, the more frightened they became. All of them were injured, and the smell of blood also spread in the air. Bang! Fengjiu spun and kicked the Black Kill Hall master several meters away. He hit the wall and fell to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Pooh! He spat out a mouthful of blood and stood up with the help of the wall. Looking at the people coming out again, he gritted his teeth and stared at the dazzling woman in red. Fengjiu, just wait and see. Retreat. With a single order, the 10 or so people retreated in a sorry state. Feng Jiu sheathed his Qing Feng sword and watched them leave with narrowed eyes. He did not pursue them. Ghost Doctor? How are you? Are you hurt? Hui Lang and Ying brought people quickly to Feng Jiu's side and asked. I'm fine. Feng Jiu shook his head, looked at them, and said with some surprise, Why are you here? Didn't I tell you to go to the Hall of Hell to deal with things? Chapter 2005. Hui Lang looked around and said, We came back after taking care of the matters at hand. Before Master left, he told us to bring some people over to the manor to protect the Ghost Doctor. We must ensure the Ghost Doctor's safety. We originally wanted to bring people over tomorrow, but we heard the commotion next door, so we came over. Hearing this, Feng Jiu nodded. His gaze swept over the people they had brought over and said, How about this? These people can be placed in the Ling residence. I also have people guarding the Feng Manor, so there's no need for too many. If there's any movement, we'll be able to hear through the wall. That's fine. The two nodded. You bring them back first. Come over to my place later. I have something to say to you. Feng Jiu gave the order and returned to his room. The traces on the ground outside were quickly cleaned up by everyone. After Hui Lang and Ying Yi brought the people back to the Ling residence and settled them down, they came back and saw that the smell of blood had already dissipated. Feng Jiu's courtyard was still lit. The two looked at each other and called out from the courtyard. Ghost Doctor, we're here. Come in. Lung Shuang opened the door and gestured for the two to enter. Inside the room, Feng Jiu sat at the table and drank tea. Seeing the two enter, he gestured for them to sit. Sit. The two of them didn't dare to sit down. They just stood there after looking at each other. And he didn't say anything and just stood there quietly with his eyes lowered. Grey Wolf smiled and asked, Ghost Doctor, do you have any orders? In a few days, I will be going out. When the time comes, you and Lung Shuang will guard these two manors. Wait. Before she could finish speaking, she heard Hui Lang cry out. What? Ghost Doctor, you're going out? Where are you going? For how long? You don't plan on bringing us along? If Master finds out, we won't be able to handle the consequences. Ying also looked up at Feng Jiu and said, Madam, Master has ordered us to protect you. If Madam wants to go out, you don't have to bring Hui Lang, but please bring this subordinate with you. Hearing this, Hui Lang glared at him and said angrily, Why do I have to bring you instead of me? I don't think you're any better than me. Feng Jiu's mouth twitched slightly. She glanced at the two of them and coughed softly. I don't plan to bring anyone with me this time. Just guard this place for me. How can that be? Like Ying said, if you don't want to take him, at least take me with you. Hui Lang said hurriedly, patting his chest. With me by the Ghost Doctor's side, it'll be safer no matter what. As soon as he said that, even Lung Shuang, who was at the side, glanced sideways at the Grey Wolf before silently looking away. You're stronger than me? Feng Jiu looked calmly at Hui Lang and asked. Hui Lang's face stiffened and he said embarrassedly, That's not true. But I can help you and run errands and scout the way. If we're talking about this, I have plenty of people around me. Feng Jiu looked at him with a smile. But with me by the Ghost Doctor's side, you'll be safer. If anything happens, I can also cover for you. Hui Lang tried hard to find something that stood out about him, but no matter how he thought about it, he couldn't find anything that stood out. Chapter 2006. Feng Jiu drank a cup of tea and slowly said, I have already arranged this matter. I just wanted to tell you so that you won't panic when you can't find me. I have already taken care of the matters of the Heavenly Pill building. You just need to take care of the matters your master gave you and the safety of the Feng Manor and Ling Manor. Seeing that she had already decided, Ying Yi paused for a moment, then asked, Then where is Madam going? How long will this trip take? Will it be dangerous? They could choose not to go, but they still needed to know. Otherwise, if their master asked about it in the future, wouldn't they not be able to say anything? When I returned, I had people inquire about Han Rong. I recently found out that he will be going to Fire Mountain Forest. My main target this time is him. Feng Jiu's voice was cold. She played with the teacup in her hand and slowly said, As long as I take care of him, I will naturally return. Han Rong. Hearing this name, Hui Lang and Ying Yi frowned slightly. The two of them looked at each other without batting an eyelid. Of course, they were not unfamiliar with Han Rong. However, the Han Rong who had been possessed was very unfamiliar to them. Last time, The ghost doctor had said that she had received news of him outside, but because the location was not suitable, she did not appear to take his life. Later, she wanted to find him, but there was no news. Now that she had news of him, she naturally would not let it go. Speaking of which, it was because of Han Rong that the Phoenix dynasty was destroyed. It was also because of Han Rong that the ghost doctor's family experienced a life and death separation. Not only that, even when their master was being pressured by several countries and surrounded by experts, it was all because of Han Rong. This Han Rong was once someone by their master's side, but now he was causing trouble again and again. The master was not here right now. If he was here, he would definitely personally take care of this matter. Madam, Han Rong is a cunning person. It will not be easy to deal with him. Also, he recognizes you. If you're not careful and are discovered by him, Madam's safety. He looked at her with a bit of worry. He was very clear that Han Rong wanted nothing more than to tear Madam apart. It is because he is not easy to deal with that I have decided to personally make a trip. This time, no matter who goes, I will not be at ease, Fengjiu said slowly and said, this time, I will definitely not let him return alive. Her eyes turned cold. When she thought of that damned Han Rong, a fire burned in her heart. If it wasn't for him, that little Fengye wouldn't have died so miserably. Until now, he was still hiding it from his grandmother. Although her grandfather did not say anything, she knew that little Fengye's death was a huge blow to him. He was afraid that her grandmother would be worried, so he tried his best to hide the grief in his heart. After explaining some things to them, Fengjiu said, the people tonight are from the Black Hill Hall. The Black Hill Hall master is injured and will not come again in a short period of time. However, you must be vigilant. When I leave, I will leave the Fire Phoenix behind a guard. In addition, I have also told Imo-chan to take care of this place and the Heavenly Pill House. If there is anything that cannot be solved, you can ask him for help. Yes, we understand. They nodded in response. After she finished instructing them on other matters, the two of them left. Back at the Ling residence, Hui Lang scratched his head and looked at Ing. Are we really letting the ghost doctor go alone? She did not even bring the Fire Phoenix. Can she do it? That Han Rong is not easy to deal with. Chapter 2007. All right. Hui Lang gently sighed. That's true. With the ghost doctor's strength, there should be very few people that can hurt her. Moreover, she is as cunning as a fox. Normally, whoever runs into her will suffer. As he said this, he saw Yin look at him strangely. Hui Lang reacted and awkwardly smiled. I was just casually saying it. No matter how cunning the ghost doctor was, it was not something they could discuss. Fortunately, his master was not here. Otherwise, if he had heard it, he would have suffered again. Over the next few days, Fengjiu spent most of her time in the Heavenly Pill building. Because she was about to leave, she refined some pills and medicines to avoid not being able to supply them when the time came. A few days later, she returned to the Feng Manor after taking care of the Heavenly Pill building's matters. When evening came, she changed into a new set of clothes and changed her appearance. She then headed towards the Western City Gate on her own. Of the 4 gates of By River City, the Western Gate led to a mountain path. Normally, there were few pedestrians. After leaving the city, she took out the Aurora transmission scroll. It should be able to restrain the light from the Aurora transmission scroll. She was familiar with using it the previous 2 times. Once she uses it, the light will be too dazzling. It's very likely that it will lead to a fatal disaster. She softly muttered as she held the Aurora transmission scroll and thought. This time, she was not in a rush to use it. Thus, before using it, she thought about it for a while. In the end, she opened the Aurora transmission scroll and whispered in her mind, Fire Mountain Forest. Just as she was about to use it, her body was wrapped in light and became transparent. With a whoosh, she disappeared. This time, she did not fly across the sky, nor did the dazzling light appear. When Fengjiu landed on the ground, she did not fall from the sky like before. Instead, she appeared on the ground and spun around. Her body gradually stabilized. She looked at the pitch-black environment around her and could not help but reveal a smile. So this is the correct way to use the Aurora transmission scroll. It's much more convenient like this. She patted the green clothes on her body and tidied them up. Only then did she walk forward. This was the Fire Mountain Forest? It should be the periphery. After all, according to the information, the trees around the volcano forest were sparse, and the temperature was relatively high. It was nighttime here, but through the moonlight above their heads, they could see that the trees were lush and green. When the night wind blew in the forest, they felt cool. It seemed that this should be the periphery of the volcano forest. It was convenient to travel alone. Her footsteps were light as she skimmed through the forest. Her green figure seemed to blend in with the greenery of the forest. In the night, if one did not observe carefully, it would be difficult to tell that the moving figure was a human figure. She tiptoed and walked until she saw the faint light of a fire in front of her. When she heard the sound of people talking, she couldn't help but slow down her pace. She took a deep breath and stood among the branches, looking at the group of people sitting in a circle in the forest. There were both men and women in the group. Some of them looked like mercenaries, while a few of them seemed to be the employers of the mercenaries. More than 20 people were sitting around 2 bonfires, talking to each other. Chapter 2008. Eldest senior brother, Master asked us to look for the Fires Park stone. However, my father said that it's extremely rare and will only appear when the volcano erupts. Although we have hired mercenaries to escort us, I still feel that this trip will be dangerous. I'm worried that we won't be able to leave once we enter, one of the women said softly with a worried expression. Among the few people, the older man said warmly, "Don't worry. Just treat this as an experience. It's not our first time going out for an experience, so don't think too much." Hearing that, another woman said, "But why didn't Master come with us to such a dangerous place? If there's any accident, then?" The few of them fell silent for a moment. Their master had ordered them to go down the mountain to look for a material called the Fires Park stone in the volcano forest. Other than giving them some self-defense items, there was no elder to lead them. It was because of this that they hired a group of mercenaries to travel with them after some discussion. The mercenaries smiled and said, "Everyone, don't worry too much. We're still in the periphery of the volcano forest. Even if there's any danger, it'll be after we enter the inner circle. However, if you feel that it's dangerous, you can come out after a trip to the inner circle. You don't have to wait for the volcano eruption that happens once every 3 months. Moreover, there might be some Fires Park stones in the inner circle. After all, no one can say that they've collected all the Fires Park stones every time the volcano erupts. Don't you think so?" Hearing the words from below, Fengjiu's eyes flickered, and an idea formed in her mind. If she entered the forest alone, she would have to find the way. Moreover, if she really met Han Rong, she might as well mix in with the other groups. This way, even if he was on guard, he wouldn't think that she would join another group. With this thought, she started to think about the people below. The 6 young men and women looked like they were from a sect. If she wanted to mix in with them, it shouldn't be difficult. Her eyes flickered and her mind spun quickly. She was prepared to think of a way to travel with these people. However, what method should she use? A thought flashed through her mind, and a smile bloomed on her lips. She looked at the people below with an inexplicable smile. As the sky gradually brightened, those people gradually extinguished the fire and continued on their way. Behind them, Fengjiu followed unhurriedly, waiting for the right time. After following them for 2 days in the forest and entering the inner region, she finally got the opportunity she had been waiting for. "Oh, so your family has come out to experience. Since we are all going to the volcano, why don't we travel together?" Seeing that there were 30 to 40 people on the other side, and that there were elders leading the group who were stronger than them, they wanted to team up with them. At least the journey would be safer. Seeing that they were disciples of one of the 4 great sects, the Nebula Immortal sect, the clan member also had the intention to befriend them. That's good too. No matter what, it's relatively safer to travel together. Chapter 2009. Thus, the 2 groups of people sat together and rested. Some of them went to the nearby water source to get some water. A green figure naturally blended in with them. "Is the water ready? I hunted a wild boar. Let's go back and roast it." Fengjiu was dragging a wild boar that weighed about 100 jin as she spoke to the group of people who were filling the water. The group of people looked at the young man and saw that he had a simple and honest smile on his face. The young man didn't have a strong physique, but he was still dragging a wild boar. They stepped forward and said, "Come, let me help. We've already filled the water." "Brother, how did you hunt such a big wild boar?" "I can't accept big brother calling me brother. You could just call me Xiaojiao." She grinned and scratched her head with a simple and honest smile. "I was just lucky. This wild boar was already injured when it was caught. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to catch it so easily." "Xiaojiao? That's easy to remember," the man said with a smile as he picked up the wild boar that Fengjiao had placed on the ground. "Big brother, how should I address you?" she asked with a smile as she looked at the young man with a strong physique. "My surname is Chai. I'm a side-branch disciple of the Chai family. I came out to train this time. You could just call me Big Brother Chai," the young man said as he turned to Fengjiao and said, "Let's go back. We're already in the inner area. Next time, don't go too far to hunt for wild animals. It'll be dangerous." Hearing this, Fengjiao smiled and narrowed her eyes. "Thank you, Big Brother Chai, for reminding me. I'll remember it." She followed beside him and laughed as they walked back. When the group of people who were resting saw that they had returned with a wild boar, they couldn't help but be surprised. The middle-aged man who was leading the group from the Chai family looked at the young man and asked, "Where did you get this wild boar?" Wild boars were very rare in this area. They hadn't seen a single one along the way. "I didn't hunt it. It was Xiaojiao." As the young man spoke, he patted Fengjiao's shoulder and said to the middle-aged man, "Second uncle, let's prepare the wild boar and roast it. You can rest for a while." The middle-aged man glanced at the honest-looking young man in green before revealing a smile. "All right, then you can go." He gestured to the young man and woman before him. However, at this moment, Fengjiao walked over and smiled at one of the men. "Brother Fan, can you come with me to pick up some branches?" The young man who was called was startled. He looked at the simple and honest youth in green and said, "Sure." He stood up and smiled at the others. Then, he walked with Fengjiao into the forest. "You're Xiaojiao?" Fan Ishiao tilted his head and looked at Fengjiao. "Yes, Big Brother Fan. Just call me Xiaojiao." She smiled and squinted her eyes as she picked up some dry branches in the forest. When she saw that there were dry branches on the trees, she would jump up and break them off. As the two chatted, they picked up some branches and walked back. When they reached the resting area, Fengjiao took the branches from the young man's hands and said, "Brother Fan, you should rest first. I'll bring the meat to you when it's done." As she spoke, she carried the branches and walked to the area where the wild boar was being roasted. Fan Ishiao was startled. Seeing the young man's friendly tone and manner of speaking, he was a little stunned. He felt that something was strange, but he couldn't put his finger on it. Chapter 2010. Thank you. Fan Ishiao took a sip and looked at the green-robed young man, who was busy roasting the meat. The second master of the Chai family, who was sitting opposite him, followed his gaze and looked at the green-robed young man. He smiled and said, "Xiaojiao's character is quite likable. He's honest and honest." "That's right." Fan Ishiao smiled and nodded. After he looked away, he started to talk about the Fires Park stone with the second master of the Chai family. On the other side, Fengjiao was roasting the meat on behalf of the Chai family, and she quickly got along well with them. She called them big brother and sister, which made them very happy, so they took extra care of her. "The roasted meat is here. Come try it. It's freshly roasted, and it tastes really good." Fengjiao brought them some roasted meat, then ran back to the roasted pig to help. For a moment, the forest was filled with the rich aroma of roasted meat, as well as the laughter of the crowd. After eating the roasted meat, the second master of the Chai family said, "It's time to go. We can't stay here for too long." "All right." Fan Ishiao nodded and said something to the crowd. He then followed the Chai family's team into the forest. Fengjiao, who was in the team, was next to the young man. The two of them talked and laughed along the way. They weren't at the back of the team, nor were they at the front. Instead, they were walking in the middle. Suddenly, the team in front of them stopped. The second master of the Chai family made a gesture, and the crowd surrounded them vigilantly. At the same time, they put their hands on their weapons and were ready to attack at any time. Fan Ishiao and the rest also looked around cautiously. They were protected by the mercenaries, but even so, they didn't dare to relax until they heard loud laughter. Ha 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 ha! Along with the laughter, Many men wearing mercenary uniforms rushed out from the surrounding forest. All of them had abilities at the fairy realm, and their murderous auras and killing intent were very obvious. This caused the crowd to feel uneasy. The mercenaries who were protecting Fan Ishio and the rest recognized them. They couldn't help but gasp. It's the Scorpion mercenary group. Their faces were pale, and fear could be seen in their eyes. There wasn't a single mercenary who didn't know of the Scorpion mercenary group's ferocious reputation. These people specialized in plundering and didn't reject anyone who came. Most of the men were killed and their belongings were robbed. The fate of the women was even worse. Those with ordinary looks were killed after they played with them. If they encountered those with good looks, they would imprison those women and turn them into playthings after they played with them. Their methods were so ruthless that it made people tremble in fear. What Scorpion mercenary group? A few girls from a Nebula mortal sect did not know the inside story and could not help but ask softly. However, the mercenaries who were protecting them pursed their lips. Their expressions were ugly and they couldn't say a word. Fan Ishio had heard of the Scorpion mercenary group before. When he saw the red scorpion tattoos on their faces, his heart sank. He lowered his voice and said to the people beside him, "Later, when the situation doesn't look good, you guys should leave first. Run out of the volcano forest and don't stay." The other two men from the sect saw that the mercenaries who were protecting them didn't look right. Even the older members of the Chai family didn't look right. Their hearts sank. Chapter 2011. The people from the Chai family looked at the people who had appeared. There were 50 to 60 people in the Scorpion mercenary group, and most of them were at the fairy realm. They were mercenaries who specialized in looting, and their methods were ferocious. Their combat power was shocking. If they fought, they would suffer heavy casualties. Most importantly, the Scorpion mercenary group was even more cruel to women. Many of the younger generations of the Chai family were accompanying them on this trip. If they fell into their hands, they would suffer a fate worse than death. He thought for a moment, then walked forward and cupped his hands. "Sir, we don't mean to offend you. If you let us leave safely, we are willing to leave some of our belongings behind." Hearing this, the people in the Scorpion mercenary group raised their heads and laughed out loud. "Leave some belongings behind? Ha ha! Old thing, are you muddle-headed? We don't want all of your belongings and those delicate beauties, and we let you leave just for some of your belongings? Ha ha ha! If that's the case, how can the Scorpion mercenary group survive in this volcanic forest?" Fengjiu, who was also protected in the middle, looked at the situation in front of her. She also saw that the second Master Chai was trying to make peace and seek a chance of survival. Her gaze shifted, and she quietly tugged at the young man beside her, who looked vigilant and worried. "Xiaojiu, are you afraid?" Chai Feng glanced at the young man beside him and said in a low voice, "When the time comes, just watch. If you really can't defeat them, leave with your senior sisters first." Hearing this, Fengjiu smiled and tugged at him, indicating for him to lower his head. Chai Feng glanced ahead and saw that the second master was discussing with those people. He lowered his head and leaned closer to the young man. "What's the matter? Tell me." "Brother Chai, do you think we have a chance of winning if we fight?" Fengjiu asked. Chai Feng shook his head solemnly. "No chance. If we fight, I'm afraid we will suffer heavy casualties. The other party is a mercenary group with combat experience, and most of our people have just come out of train. If we really fight, I'm afraid. I have an idea. Are you willing to do as I say?" She whispered. Seeing his doubtful gaze, she added, "Maybe my method can save everyone's lives." Hearing this, Chai Feng's eyes lit up. There was determination in his eyes. "Tell me, as long as I can save everyone, even if I have to sacrifice my life, I will not hesitate." Fengjiu smiled and whispered in his ear. He handed him another bag and looked at him quietly. "Success or failure depends on you." Although Chai Feng had his doubts and did not know if this plan would work, he really did not have any other ideas at the moment. Moreover, he could tell that the other party would not let them off so easily. He nodded at Fengjiu, took a deep breath, and clenched the thing in his hand tightly. Right at this moment, the leader of the Scorpion mercenaries laughed arrogantly. "Kill the man, capture the woman, and bring her back to reward our brothers." "Yes, Ha ha! The people behind the Scorpion mercenaries replied loudly. Looking at the beautiful women who were protected in the middle, they laughed excitedly, and their voices contained undisguised impatience. Chapter 2012. Out of a voice filled with panic and fear suddenly rang out. A young man suddenly rushed out from the group. With a frightened look on his face, he waved his hands and jumped up and down as he screamed in shock. No, no, I don't want to die. I don't want to die. No, no. I want to go home. I want to go home. Woo, I don't want to go out of train. I don't want to go out of train. I want to go home, mother. I want to go home to mother. The sudden cry not only stunned the people from the Scorpion mercenary group, but also stunned the people who had turned pale when they heard that the Scorpion mercenary group was going to kill and kidnap the young man. The second master of the Chai family did not react for a long time when he saw the young man frightened to this extent. The women from the Chai family and the Nebula Immortal sect turned pale when they heard that they were going to kidnap them to reward the mercenaries. They almost lost their footing. When they saw that the young man was also frightened to this extent, they gritted their teeth and thought that if they could not escape in the end, they would commit suicide. Even if they died, it would be better than falling into the hands of those cruel people and being defiled by them. The people from a Scorpion mercenary group could not help but laugh when they saw the young man crying and screaming. He even took off his clothes and flung them around like a lunatic. Ha ha! Big brother, look, we haven't even made a move yet, but this young man is already scared to death. It seems that our fame has spread far and wide. Ha ha ha! A mercenary from the Scorpion mercenary group laughed complacently. He was not in a hurry to make a move. Instead, he held a saber on his shoulder with one hand and placed the other on his waist. He stood there with his feet splayed out and looked at the young man who was crying for his parents. Seeing that a young man was frightened to this extent by them, they felt a sense of accomplishment in their hearts. In the future, as long as they showed up, those people would be scared witless when they recognized them as members of the Scorpion mercenary group. When the second master of the Chai family saw that the young man from his family was so easily frightened, his face turned ashen as he shouted, "Chai Feng, come back." No, no, I don't want to die. I don't want to die. Chai Feng muttered and shouted as he ran in front of the group. When second Master Chai saw this, his face turned pale. Bring him back. Two middle-aged men from the Chai family stepped forward and tried to grab Chai Feng. However, Chai Feng resisted fiercely. He kept running and jumping around. Don't catch me. I want to go home. I want to go home. Feng Jiu, who was standing in the middle, looked at the scene in front of him with his mouth slightly agape. His face was filled with disbelief and shock. Who would have thought? This Chai Feng was really good at acting crazy. He really looked like he was scared out of his wits, which was out of our expectations. Chai Feng ran a circle around the crowd, but his body and clothes were leaning towards the Scorpion mercenaries. After running a circle, he was dragged back by two middle-aged men from the Chai family. Let me go, let me go. He struggled, but to no avail. Seeing this, the Scorpion mercenaries coldly snorted and glanced at the women whose faces had turned pale. The leader's lips curled into a lecherous smile as he waved his hand. Attack. Chapter 2013. Whether it was the people from the Chai family, the people from the Nebula Immortal sect, or the accompanying mercenaries, they all attacked the people from the Scorpion mercenary group in an instant. At the same time, Fan Ishio from the Nebula Immortal sect shouted to the three junior sisters behind him, "Follow the people from the Chai family and leave first." Eldest senior brother, although the three of them were experienced, they had never experienced such a situation where they would fight over a disagreement. At this time, the three of them were so frightened that they were a loss. They could only retreat with the people from the Chai family. However, the people from the Scorpion mercenary group had surrounded them. Even if they wanted to escape, there was nowhere for them to go. Feng Jiu also helped. She calculated the time. From the moment those people inhaled the medicine to the moment they activated the spiritual aura in their bodies, the medicine should have taken effect soon. Sure enough, just as the situation became more dangerous, some of the people from the Scorpion mercenary group staggered. Although they tried their best to hide their shock, their subtle expressions could not escape the eyes of Feng Jiu, who had been observing them all this time. At this time, Some of the people from the Chai family also felt uncomfortable after inhaling a small amount of medicine. Some of them staggered a few steps before they were supported by the people beside them. Some of them retreated to the side of a tree and leaned against it to catch their breath. Retreat. Suddenly, the leader of the Scorpion mercenary group shouted and ordered his mercenaries to retreat quickly. The members of the Scorpion mercenary group also retreated quickly after receiving the order because they also felt that something was wrong with their bodies. However, in front of the people opposite them, they forced themselves to endure and did not show it. The people on the other side were even more surprised. They did not know what the Scorpion mercenary group was up to. After taking a deep breath, Second Master Chai stared at the people from the Scorpion mercenary group. He could tell that something was wrong with them, but he was puzzled and did not know the reason. Leave half of your belongings. We will let you live. The leader of the Scorpion mercenary group said in a gloomy voice. When he said this, the people from the Chai family and the people from the Nebula Immortal sect were all shocked. What trick are you up to now? Second Master Chai frowned. He did not believe that they would suddenly be so kind as to let them go. It's just that we don't want to kill today. We want to let you live. Why? Do you not want to live anymore? The leader of the Scorpion mercenaries said in a gloomy voice. However, if one listened carefully, one could still hear the unwillingness and killing intent in his voice. Second uncle, you can't listen to them. They're drugged. Kill them. At this moment, Chai Feng, who was being held at the back, shouted loudly. He struggled and said to the two people beside him, "Let me go. I didn't go crazy from fear. I just drugged them." Hearing this, the people from the Chai family were shocked. Before they could react, they heard the people from the Scorpion mercenaries roaring angrily. "Damn bastard! How dare you play dirty tricks on us?" Their curses were filled with undisguised anger and killing intent. Just now, they had been suspicious, but now that they heard this brat say it, it made them even angrier. It turned out that the reason why they were gradually losing their spiritual power was because of this brat's dirty tricks. Chapter 2014. He felt that their fighting strength was becoming weaker as they progressed. He also noticed that some of their footsteps were faltering. So, it was because they were drugged? Yes, I drugged them just now. They inhaled a colorless and odorless drug, so their fighting strength has been drained. Second uncle, let's kill them now and get rid of a big threat. Otherwise, we'll definitely die if they recover. As he spoke, Chai Feng had already struggled to free himself and rushed forward with his long sword. He was not drugged, and his skills were not bad. At this moment, he killed one of the members of the Scorpion mercenary group at a speed that left no time for anyone to cover their ears. Hiss! A blood-curdling scream suddenly rang out. The blood that splashed out and the sharp and mournful scream instantly brought everyone back to their senses. Seeing this scene, the Chai family's second master was excited and immediately shouted, "Kill them! Get rid of a threat in the volcano forest." As soon as he finished speaking, he took the lead and rushed forward, waving his sword and slashing at the pale-faced Scorpion mercenaries. Just a moment ago, they were all excited and ready to harvest the other party's lives. Now, the tables had turned. The reversal of the situation at the critical moment of life and death made everyone excited and exhilarated. At this moment, they had no fear, only murderous intent. They only wanted to kill the Scorpion mercenaries in front of them. Only by killing them would they be able to survive safely. Feng Jiu's lips curved slightly as he watched this scene. A faint light flashed in his eyes as he watched the massacre in front of him. The sound of swords clashing, the sound of blood splashing, and the mournful screams and exclamations mixed together in the forest. In front of her and around her, only the shadows of swords and sabers could be seen flashing past. The Chai family and the Nebula Immortal sect, who had reversed the situation, were in control of life and death. They harvested the lives of the Scorpion mercenaries, killing them one by one until no one was left alive. When the members of the Scorpion mercenary group were killed one by one on the spot, and when they saw the ground covered in blood and corpses, the people who were standing with their swords and sabers pointed at the ground, dripping with blood, finally came back to their senses in a daze. They're all dead. Yes, the Scorpion mercenaries are all dead. The Scorpion mercenaries are all dead. We actually killed them? We actually killed them. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. We're actually still alive. Point one by one. The people standing with swords and sabers in their hands murmured. A moment ago, they were facing death, but in the next moment, the situation was reversed, and all of this. Suddenly, everyone's eyes fell on Chai Feng. Chai Feng, who was standing in a daze, looked at the green figure with disbelief, shock, and astonishment in his eyes. He didn't expect it to succeed. He did not expect that the situation would turn around just as he had said. He also did not expect that they would still be alive in the end. While the ones who died were the people from the Scorpion mercenaries at this moment, no one knew how much shock and astonishment he had in his heart. Just one plan, just one pack of medicine, and it was actually able to wipe out this brutal mercenary group that was tyrannical in this fire forest. Chapter 2015. Afeng, come over here. What's going on? Tell us. Second Master Chai came back to his senses and suppressed the shock in his heart as he shouted at Chai Feng, who was standing there in a daze. At this moment, even Fan Ishio and the others were looking at this ordinary-looking young man. He was actually the one who had turned the situation around and saved everyone's lives. Afeng, you scare me to death. I thought you were really scared out of your wits. I didn't expect that this was just your plan. How did you come up with this idea? How did you get your hands on such a powerful medicine? Those people were all cultivators at the fairy realm, but none of them were able to resist at all. Brother Afeng, you're too amazing. Brother Afeng, we're lucky to have you. Otherwise, we would have been in deep trouble. Surprised and excited voices rang out and finally pulled Chai Feng back to his senses. He glanced at Fengjiu, then retracted his gaze and came to his second uncle's side. Second uncle, I didn't come up with this idea, and the medicine wasn't mine. The one who saved everyone wasn't me, but Xiao Jiao. Chai Feng pointed at the young man who was wiping his dagger. It was Xiao Jiao who came up with this idea. It was Xiao Jiao who gave me that bag of medicine. If it wasn't for him, I don't think we would have survived. It was Xiao Jiao. Everyone looked at the calm and honest young man in shock. This young man was so ordinary looking. So how could he, seeing that everyone was looking at him? Fengjiu, who was wiping his dagger, flashed a simple and honest smile at the crowd. He then lowered his head and continued wiping his dagger. Yes, it was Xiao Jiao. He gave us the medicine, and he came up with the idea. Chai Feng emphasized again. Chai Feng emphasized again. He looked at his second uncle and said, Little Nine said that he will help everyone get through this crisis, but the things on those mercenaries will belong to him. Hearing this, everyone was stunned again, and their gazes fell on the young man in green. All the things would belong to him? Then they wouldn't have anything? However, thinking deeper, if it wasn't for his idea and the medicine he took out, they might have lost their lives by now, let alone their belongings. Thinking about it carefully, it wasn't too much for him to make such a request. At least, he only asked for the belongings of the Scorpion mercenaries, not their belongings. Their lives had been saved by him. Even if they knew that the Scorpion mercenaries had a lot of belongings, they wouldn't be greedy. After all, he was so young, but so cunning and had such a powerful medicine. Second Master Chai nodded. I think so, too. As he said that, he ordered a few people to collect the space rings and Shinquan pouches from the Scorpion mercenaries. They were stacked into 2 small piles, along with the weapons in their hands. Xiao Jiao, thank you for saving us with your plan. You deserve all of this, Second Master Chai said as he gestured for him to collect all the belongings. Chapter 2016. She took the spatial rings and universal bags, as well as the jade ornaments on the waists of the Scorpion mercenaries. As for the weapons, she said to the family's master, I have no use for these weapons, so you can keep them for yourselves. Perhaps they will come in handy in the future. How can you do that? These are all your. Before the second Master Chai could finish his words, he was interrupted by Fengjiu. I have no use for them, as I can't use so many of them. She smiled and looked at Chai Feng. She then took out a spatial ring from her space and handed it to him. Brother Chai, this is for you. No, how can I take them? It's already not easy for us to survive, so you should keep them. I can't take them. Chai Feng waved his hand and stepped back. He didn't want to take them. Even though Feng Jiu repeatedly asked him to take them, he still insisted on not taking them. In the end, Feng Jiu had no choice but to take them. Fine. If you don't want them, I will keep them for myself. When we return to the city, I will sell them for money. She smiled as she spoke. The second master, Chai, ordered everyone to take one of the weapons and keep it with them. As he looked at the corpses and the blood on the ground, he said, "We can't stay here for long. We must leave immediately and find a clean place to rest." Okay. Thus, everyone quickly left. After they left the bloody area, they found a place without the smell of blood and sat down to rest. "Xiaojiu, do you still have that medicine?" The second master, Chai, asked. He wondered what kind of medicine it was. If it could poison even a fairy realm expert, then it couldn't have been refined by an ordinary person. "No," she said as she spread out her hands. "Then, where did you get that medicine?" The second master, Chai, asked again. He thought that if he knew where she had bought it, he could go there and buy some to protect himself. "Hundred Rivers City's Heavenly Elixir Building," Feng Jiu said with a smile. "Hundred Rivers City's Heavenly Elixir Building." Second Master Chai looked at him in surprise. He then looked at the other members of the Chai family and said to Feng Jiu, "We have never heard of the Heavenly Elixir Building." Fan Yixio and the others who were sitting at the side did not say anything. They were deep in thought. Among them, Fan Yixio was the strangest. He looked at Feng Jiu and asked, "Is it Hundred Rivers City? I didn't say that there was a Heavenly Dan building in the Hundred Rivers City." A female disciple replied, "Eldest senior brother's home is in Hundred River City." Feng Jiu's eyes flashed. Fan Yixio's home was in Hundred River City? There didn't seem to be many people with the surname Fan in Hundred River City. A figure flashed through his mind, but it was gone in a flash. This Heavenly Elixir Building is newly opened. It specializes in selling elixirs, medicines, medicinal powders, and other commonly used things. These things are just like the medicine I took out today. They are good and top grade. However, they are also very expensive. Moreover, some things can't be bought with money. "Oh, money can't buy it? Then, how can it be bought?" Someone asked as he looked at Feng Jiu in surprise. "Medicinal ingredients. Moreover, they have aged medicinal ingredients. They buy at least 500 years old spiritual ingredients. This news has already spread in the Heavenly Elixir Building. Many people have asked for them because of their reputation. I only managed to get this medicine by chance." Chapter 2017. After a moment of silence, Chai Feng asked the question that he wanted to ask the most along the way. "Second uncle, are we going to enter the volcano forest again?" Ever since he encountered the Scorpion mercenaries and almost lost his life, he had been thinking about this problem along the way. They had gone to other places to gain experience before, but this time there were also some disciples who didn't have much experience following them. Among them, there were a few women from the clan. If Little Nine hadn't thought of a way to reverse the situation and save everyone's lives, he was afraid that none of them would have survived. Moreover, he felt that compared to the people inside, their strength was still too weak. Even if the person leading them was the most talented second master of the Chai family, who was a cultivator at the beginner immortal realm, it was impossible for him to protect so many of them. In his heart, he vaguely hoped that he could return home or find a new place to train. It did not have to be the Fire Mountain Forest. When Second Master Chai heard Chai Feng's words, he was stunned and looked at him with a slightly twisted gaze. "We're already here. Are we still going back? Cultivation is against the heavens, so there will naturally be many obstacles on our way of cultivation. Some of them may even lead to death. Can we retreat just because there are dangers ahead? If we retreat, I'm afraid we won't be able to improve our strength for the rest of our lives. But we've only just reached the outskirts of the inner area. I'm worried that if we continue to walk in, all of us might really die here." Upon hearing this, Second Master Chai immediately reprimanded him. "Nonsense. The Scorpion mercenaries are gone now, so there won't be many people left in the forest. If you're afraid of danger, you could just raise your guard. What's there to worry about?" Chai Feng lowered his head and did not say anything else. He knew that they would not listen to his suggestion, even if he made it. Everyone rested in the forest until the sky gradually darkened. Today's battle had exhausted them. Now that they were relaxed, They felt weak all over. Compared to the people sitting around the fire under the tree, Fengjiu leaned against the tree and slept. She took advantage of the night's rest to explore the things in the interspatial rings and Qianquan bags with her divine sense. She found one of the fire's park stones. However, there were people guarding the surrounding trees, so she could not enter the space. She could only use her divine sense to scan the area and remember the characteristics of the fire's park stones. The next morning, after a good night's rest, everyone woke up in high spirits. They stretched their bodies one by one and got ready to continue walking into the depths of the forest after organizing themselves. The rest of the journey was rather peaceful. Occasionally, small beasts would appear, but they would be repelled by them. The peaceful training made them gradually forget about the dangers from before. Until one morning, when they were walking towards the depths of the forest, they heard voices coming from the forest ahead. "I'll go and take a look first," Fan Ishio said. He gave some instructions to the people behind him and went ahead to explore the path. It was only because the Chai family's people had been scouting the way that they had followed. Now that they had heard the sound, they naturally had to check it out. Chapter 2018. There were more than 20 men lying on the ground in front of him. They were all injured and the smell of blood filled the air. However, although they were injured, they were not fatal. What made him astonished was that the people on the ground were all dealt with by a man in his 20s or 30s. On the side, a gray-robed old man was sitting on top of two men who were stacked together. He seemed to be impatient as he urged, but it took so long to deal with more than 20 people. Why don't you just kill them all with a single slash? Clean and tidy. Marshal Granduncle. Fan Ishio shouted excitedly after he recovered from his shock. Hun Yuan, who was sitting with his legs crossed, was shocked by this Marshal Granduncle. He couldn't help but jump up and look at Fan Ishio, who was walking over quickly. He looked at him from head to toe and said, "Who are you?" "What Marshal Granduncle?" "Don't call me that." Marshal Granduncle, disciple Fan Ishio, is a disciple of the Nebula Immortal sect. I was lucky enough to see Marshal Granduncle from afar in the sect, so I can recognize you. Fan Ishio was excited. He didn't meet anyone from the Nebula Immortal sect along the way, but he didn't expect to meet the elusive Marshal Granduncle Han Yuan here. Marshal Granduncle, this is Disciple's identity token. Fan Ishio quickly took out his identity token and handed it over. With one hand tugging on his beard, Hun Yuan Zi slightly raised his eyelids and glanced at him. Seeing that he was wearing the robes of the Nebula Immortal sect, and that outer robe was a defensive mystic artifact, Hun Yuan Zi took his identity jade tablet and scanned it with his divine sense. Only then did he ask, "So you're a disciple of the Jade Forest Mountain?" "Yes, disciple is from the Jade Forest Mountain," Fan Ishio quickly said. "Since you're a disciple of the Jade Forest Mountain, why are you here?" Hun Yuan glanced at him and snorted. "You dare to enter the Fire Mountain Forest with such strength? Do you want to die?" Fan Ishio lowered his head and said respectfully, "Disciple and my juniors are under Master's orders to enter the Fire Mountain Forest to find Fire's Park stones." Hearing this, Hun Yuan frowned. "Your master asked you to enter the Fire Mountain Forest to find Fire's Park stones? Other than you, how many disciples of the Nebula Immortal sect are there? Why are you alone?" Marshal Granduncle, other than disciple, there are 2 juniors and 3 juniors. Master knows that our strength is limited, so before we go, he gave us a defensive artifact, which is the fire armor. The other juniors are resting not far behind. Fan Ishio pointed hearing this. Hun Yuan Zi's divine sense swept over and saw a large group of people resting in the forest 100 meters away. Among them, there were indeed a few young disciples wearing the clothes of the Nebula Immortal sect. He retracted his gaze and asked, "Who are those people?" Chapter 2019. If it was an enemy, Fan Ishio should have given her a hint. However, there was no movement in front of them. Did that mean they knew each other? She could use her divine consciousness to investigate, but since she could sense the strength of the divine consciousness, she naturally would not use her divine consciousness to investigate. Otherwise, it would easily arouse the other party's suspicion and attention. As for who it was, she believed she would find out soon. Hun Yuan nodded and said, "You guys are lucky. We haven't met the Scorpion mercenary group for quite some time, but you guys got surrounded as soon as you entered the inner area. Fan Ishio nodded and said, You guys are lucky. We haven't met the Scorpion mercenary group for quite some time, but you guys got surrounded as soon as you entered the inner area. TSK. Speaking of which, your luck is really heaven-defying. Not a single one of you died after encountering the Scorpion mercenaries. You're only injured, yet you're still alive and well. It seems that this person really has some luck. As he spoke, he looked at Zhuo Junyue and said, Look at his luck, and then look at yours. TSK. Zhuo Junyue glanced at the old man expressionlessly and looked away indifferently, too lazy to talk to him. Speaking of which, it's fortunate that Xiao Jiu is here. Otherwise, it would have been difficult for us to avoid this disaster. As Fan Ishio spoke, he looked at the old man in front of him and said, Marshal Granduncle, are you also looking for the Fire Spark Stone? Would it be possible for you to travel with us? Speaking of this, he lowered his head in shame. After entering here, this disciple realized that it was difficult for me to even protect myself with my own strength. Now that I have a few junior brothers and sisters with me, I can't return with the Fire Spark Stone and report back. If I enter again, I'm worried that I'll lose my life here, so the Han Yuan stroked his beard but did not agree. Instead, he looked at the man standing quietly beside him and asked, Junyue, what do you think? As you wish. His words were concise and did not say much. Han Yuanzi thought for a moment before nodding. That's fine. Anyway, there are only two of us. Especially since this guy is a blockhead who doesn't speak much. It's quite boring to be with him. Hearing this, Fan Ishio joyfully expressed his thanks. Many thanks to Grand Marshal Uncle. Many thanks to this. He suddenly remembered that Grand Marshal Uncle didn't mention who this young master was. His surname is Zhuo. His name is Zhuo Junyue. Primordial Chaos said without further introduction. Thank you, young Master Zhuo. He hurriedly bowed and looked at the people on the ground. Don't worry about the people on the ground. Even if they don't die, they won't amount to anything. Let's go. Han Yuan waved his hand and let him lead the way. At this moment, the people from Chai family and Nebulous Sect saw that Fan Ishio hadn't returned after such a long time. They couldn't help but worry. Why haven't you come back yet? Could something have happened to him? Why don't I go take a look? There's no need. Look, he's back. But who are those two? One of them said as he looked at the old man and the man who followed behind. Fengjiu, who was drinking water under the tree, couldn't help but choke when he saw the old man and the young man walking over. Cough, cough. She patted her chest and quickly went behind the tree. After catching her breath, she picked up the water bag and put it into the space. Then, she quietly poked her head out from behind the tree to look at the two people. Chapter 2020. She touched her face. Although it was a disguise, the last time she saw the old man, she seemed to be wearing this face. Moreover, she was certain that even if she smeared something on her face to prevent him from seeing her face, the old man would still recognize her. After all, her profound spirit body couldn't escape his eyes. Escape? Where could she escape to? It wasn't easy for her to sneak into this group and make a name for herself. She couldn't bear to leave now. However, if she didn't escape, the old man wouldn't let her go so easily. Her mind raced for a moment. At this moment, she faintly heard a voice in front of her. Second Master Chai, this is our Marshal Granduncle, Han Yuanzi, and this is young Master Zhuo. Fan Ishio introduced them. When the Chai clan members heard that it was Han Yuanzi from the Nebula Immortal Sect, their eyes lit up with excitement. It's Han Yuanzi, Immortal Monarch. My apologies for not recognizing you. I am Fengjiu listened to the second master of the Chai family's introduction excitedly. He asked the younger generation of the Chai family to come forward to greet him and say a lot of words of admiration. In the end, she was interrupted by the old man. All right. I heard that there's a young man called Xiao Jiu here. Who is he? Han Yuanzi glanced around and didn't see any particularly outstanding young man. Oh, it's Xiao Jiu. Xiao Jiu was resting under this tree just now. Second Master Chai smiled and pointed at the tree not far behind him. However, the young man's figure was nowhere to be seen. He couldn't help but be startled. He walked forward to take a look and couldn't help laughing. He said to Hun Yuan Zi, "Xiao, Gio must be tired," and fell asleep leaning against a tree. "Oh, is that so?" Hun Yuan Zi poked his head forward and glanced at the corner of his cyan robe. He became even more curious. So this was the young man who saved everyone here? He walked forward step by step. When he arrived behind the tree to take a look, his eyes couldn't help but widen. His hands trembled as he pointed at the sleeping green-clothed youth. You. It's you little bastard." The expressionless Zhuo Jianyue's eyes flashed when he saw this. He glanced at Master Hun Yuan and walked up to the tree. He couldn't help but be startled. This young man was handsome and beautiful. He wasn't very dazzling, but his facial features were well coordinated. Moreover, the more he looked at him, the more familiar he felt. When he thought about how Hun Yuan Zi had called this young man a little bastard, he seemed to have thought of something, and his expression became strange. Fan Yixio and company also came over. Second Master Chai looked at Primordial Chaos and asked in puzzlement, "Immortal Lord, do you know Xiaojio?" After saying this, he felt that it was inappropriate to ask this question. This Xiaojio was originally with Fan Yixio and the others. Since they were all from the Nebula Immortal sect, they should know each other. However, after thinking about it, he felt that something was amiss. This Primordial Chaos had always been elusive and had an extraordinary status in the Nebula Immortal sect. How could he know a small disciple? However, from the looks of it, it seemed like he had really interacted with Xiaojio before. Interacted? When he thought of this, he couldn't help but shake his head and smile. One was the sect's Mount Tai, and the other was a small disciple of the sect. How could these two have interacted? Does Martial Granduncle know Xiaojio? Chapter 2021. This little bastard, I can recognize him even if he turns into ashes. The old man said angrily. He stepped forward and shouted, "Little bastard, stop sleeping. I know you're pretending. Get up now." Fengjiu rubbed her eyes and opened them blankly. When she saw the crowd surrounding her, she was shocked. She patted her chest and said, "Why are you all surrounding me? I just took a short nap. Did something happen? Don't pretend, kid. How dare you say you don't recognize this old man?" Hun Yuanzi suddenly leaned his face in front of Fengjiu and glared at her. Fengjiu blinked and shook her head. "Old man, I don't know you." Then she asked carefully, "Have we met before?" Originally, when Hun Yuan saw him shake his head, he thought that this kid was quite sensible and didn't dare to pretend not to know him. However, when he heard what he said, he was so angry that he snorted heavily. He glared at him and pointed at him. You little bastard. You heartless little bastard. How dare you say you don't recognize me? You say that again. I dare you to say it again." Looking at the old man who wanted to sit on the ground and act shamelessly, Fengjiu secretly curled her lips and said good-naturedly, "I really don't know you. I've never seen you before." Then she thought for a moment and said, "Could it be that you've seen me and forgotten me? I don't think so. I don't have any impression of you. You're still talking. You're still talking. You. I knew it. I knew you wouldn't admit it so easily, you little bastard." The more he spoke, the more aggrieved he felt. He crossed his arms and sat down in front of Fengjiu like an old urchin. He stared at Fengjiu with reddened eyes. Seeing the dignified grandmaster of a generation, Taishan of the Nebula Immortal sect, childishly sitting on the ground in front of the youth with his arms crossed in front of his chest, staring at him with grievance and anger, everyone was at a loss. What the hell is going on here? Second Master Chai pulled Fan Yixio aside and asked, "Is this really Senior Hun Yuan? Are you sure?" Fan Yixio was also a bit embarrassed. He said, "It can't be wrong. Martial Granduncle has always been carefree. His character is." For a moment, Fan Yixio couldn't find any other words to say. He only said, "It's like this." Second Master Chai, please don't take offense. No. But what's going on between him and Xiaojio? Why is it that one person says he knows him, while the other says he doesn't? Fan Yixio shook his head and sighed. "I don't know either." Even the second master of the Chai family did not know what was going on between Xiaojio and Grand Martial Uncle. How would he know if the two of them had met before? Fengjiu, who was leaning against the tree, saw the old man glaring at her and sitting in front of her. She couldn't help but ask embarrassedly, "Old man, what are you doing?" "Oomph. You little bastard, don't you know what I'm trying to do?" Hun Yuan snorted. He was going to waste his time with him. This time, he couldn't let him escape. Feng Jiu rubbed her head and smiled foolishly. "I really don't know." She didn't believe that he could force her to admit it. Chapter 2022. Zhuo Junyue glanced at Hun Yuanzi, then at the young man. "Didn't he say he doesn't know you? You brat. I asked if you were that little bastard." Hun Yuanzi glared at him. Zhuo Junyue didn't say anything else. He just pursed his lips and looked away. Fan Yishio stepped forward at second Master Chai's signal. "Martial Granduncle, no matter what, we're all here. We still have a long way to go." What he meant was that even if they did know each other, it didn't matter if Xiao Jiu didn't admit it. They could still get to know each other after a long time. "Oomph." Hun Yuanzi snorted and didn't say anything else. He just stared at Feng Jiu, who was smiling. "Brat, didn't you say you don't know me? Fine, I'll say again. I'm Hun Yuanzi from the Nebula Immortal Sect." "Oh, Senior Hun Yuanzi." She stood up and bowed to him. She thought to herself, "What Hun Yuanzi? He's just an old bastard." She smiled and was about to leave when Hun Yuanzi stared at her and asked, "Brat, what are you doing?" She was stunned and said blankly, "I didn't do anything. I'm thinking that since we've rested here for a while, should we continue moving forward?" Everyone was stunned and looked at Second Master Chai and Hun Yuanzi. Hun Yuanzi pulled at his beard and didn't say anything. Second Master Chai smiled and stepped forward. "Hun Yuanzi, Immortal Lord, what do you think? Let's go. The monk can run, but the temple can't. I don't think this brat dares to run." He put one hand behind his back and stroked his beard with the other. Then he stepped forward. Second Master Chai thought to himself, "This young man is from the Nebula Immortal Sect. Isn't it easy for you to find him? Even if he did run away, the sect would be able to find his family. Naturally, the monk can run, but the temple can't." On the other hand, Hun Yuanzi was thinking that since this little bastard was a member of the Chai family, then even if he ran away again, he would still be able to find the Chai family. He didn't believe that this little bastard would dare to run away under his nose this time. Both of them thought that the young man was one of the other party's men, but they didn't know that he had snuck in to give them the wrong impression. The group of people walked forward. Second Master Chai, Hun Yuanzi, and Zhuo Junyue walked in the front. Feng Jiu walked in the middle with Chai Feng. "Xiao Jiu, why did the Hun Yuan Immortal Monarch say that he knew you? Have you forgotten where you saw me before?" Chai Feng couldn't help but be curious and asked in a low voice. This was because he saw Hun Yuan turning his head to stare at Xiao Jiu from time to time. The look in his eyes didn't seem like he didn't know Xiao Jiu at all. Feng Jiu sighed softly and said, "I don't know. Maybe we've met before, but I forgot." She spread out her hands helplessly. "It's okay if you forgot. Don't worry too much. I don't think he has any ill intentions towards you." Chai Feng comforted her. "Yes, I know." Of course, she knew that the old man didn't have any ill intentions towards her. He only wanted her to be his disciple, but she refused and even swindled him out of a treasure like the Aurora teleportation scroll. However, it wasn't exactly swindling. It was something she deserved after she cured Zhuo Junyue's poison. Chapter 2023. He saw that the young man was talking to the person beside him, smiling from time to time. As if sensing his gaze, the young man looked at him with a smile in his eyes. When he met the young man's gaze, his heart skipped a beat. He slowed down his pace and let the person beside him go first. He walked in the middle and came to the young man's side. Seeing that this man had something to say to little Nine, Chai Feng, who was at the side, consciously moved back a little, giving them some space. "What's the matter?" Feng Jiu looked at the man walking beside him and asked. "I owe you a word of thanks." Zhuo Junyue tilted his head slightly to look at the young man beside him. He saw that the young man only reached his neck and had to lower his head to look at him. "Thank you for saving me last time." Hearing this, Feng Jiu smiled and narrowed his eyes. "I don't even remember." "You don't remember, but I do," he said, then added, "My name is Zhuo Junyue." She raised her eyebrows. "Okay, got it." Just as they were talking, the group in front of them suddenly stopped. Everyone looked at Hun Yuanzi in confusion. "Immortal Monarch, what's wrong?" Second Master Chai asked while looking around vigilantly. Ah! There was a cry of alarm. At the same time, Hun Yuanzi released his divine sense to check ahead. Feng Jiu and Zhuo Junyue also released their divine sense to check their surroundings. Almost at the same time, the three of them retracted their divine sense. Run! This way! Hun Yuanzi shouted and pointed to the left. Run! If you're too slow, you'll lose your life. Damn it! Let's go! Who told you to run around in here? Are you tired of living? As he scolded, he looked behind him. His gaze swept past everyone and landed on Feng Jiu and Zhuo Junyue. He shouted at Zhuo Junyue. Junyue, watch that bastard carefully. Don't let him die. With that, he quickly ordered everyone to escape. Marshal Granduncle, what's going on? Fan Ishio asked anxiously as he followed him. At this moment, the Chai family disciple who had cried out earlier screamed again. Ah! Save me! When everyone turned back, they saw a dense swarm of red carnivorous ants crawling out from behind them. The Chai family disciple who had cried out for help was surrounded by the ants in the blink of an eye. His entire body was covered with blood-red ants, and in an instant, his to death, he was to be devoured to death, leaving his clothes to fall to the ground. Seeing this scene, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air, and their faces turned pale. Man-eating ants. At this moment, everyone finally understood why Master Hun Yuan was scolding someone. It was because a disciple had poked into the man-eating ant's nest. Run! Chai Feng went forward to help her up. He looked back and saw Zhuo Junyue and Xiao Jiu at the back. He could not help but shout, Xiao Jiu, run! Run! Zhuo Junyue looked at the calm and fearless young man beside him and asked, Aren't you afraid? Chapter 2024. With a wave of the youth's hand, a flame flew out. With a whoosh, the flame landed in front of the carnivorous ants. The carnivorous ants that were crawling forward couldn't dodge in time, and with a hiss, a large area was burned. A foul smell accompanied by the smell of burnt flesh spread out and instantly filled the air. Zhuo Junyu saw the boy's footsteps move slightly, and his entire body move several meters in an instant. Zhuo Junyu could not help but be slightly surprised. He glanced at the boy and waved his sword to attack the man-eating ants behind him. Two streaks of sword aura followed him forward and came to the boy's side. Screams and screams could be heard from the front. It turned out that other than the carnivorous ants behind them, the carnivorous ants on the left and right had surrounded them. Some of the slower ones were devoured by the carnivorous ants and turned into white bones in an instant. Some were bitten by the ants and screamed as they covered their wounds and ran. Run! Run! Hun Yuanzi could not help but scold them when he saw them running in panic. Don't run to the left and right. Run forward. Forward. He burned a large number of carnivorous ants while protecting them. However, there were too many of them and they could not be burned to death. Moreover, they could not fight. The group of people ran forward madly. Behind them, wherever the man-eating ants passed, the trees were hollowed out, the weeds were pushed down, and the densely packed army of man-eating ants chased them from behind, not letting them go. There's a stream in front. Cross the stream. Quick! Second Master Chai shouted as he led the group across the stream that was a few meters wide. As the group fled across the stream, the carnivorous ants that were chasing them finally circled around the stream and left. Seeing this, the group heaved a sigh of relief and sat down while panting. That was close. Why were there carnivorous ants there? A member of the Chai family asked with a pale face. He could not help but shudder when he thought of the man who had turned into white bones in an instant. There were so many carnivorous ants that they could not fight even if they wanted to. There were too many of them, and they were small targets. They could only run for their lives if they encountered them. Second Master Chai panted lightly. He glanced at his family members and ordered the people beside him. Check how many of them died. How many were injured? Yes. The middle-aged man beside him responded and checked how many of the Chai family's disciples were missing and how many of them had been bitten. Second uncle, what happens if you're bitten by a man-eating ant? A young man asked in a trembling voice. He held his arm with one hand, and his face was still pale. Second Master Chai took a deep breath and looked at Hun Yuanzi with a slight frown. Immortal Monarch, we have never encountered man-eating ants. May I ask what will happen if we are bitten by them? Nothing, Han Yuanzi said as he looked around for Zhuo Junyue and Fengjiu. However, he could not find them and could not help but frown. Second Master Chai's heart sank when he heard this. What would happen if nothing happened? When they came here, they had heard that the man-eating ants were one of the 5 poisonous creatures in the volcanic forest. However, they did not know what would happen to the people who were bitten. Fan Yishuo also held his arm. He walked up and asked with a serious expression, Marshal Granduncle, disciple was also bitten. However, other than the pain, there doesn't seem to be anything else. I should be fine, right? Chapter 2025. The mere thought of this sent chills down his spine. Was the Fires Park stone more important than them in his master's eyes? Was he not afraid that they would not be able to return? He did not let his father know that he had come here. If he really died here, his parents would not be able to accept it. Among the 6 of them, only Junior's sister had mentioned the volcano forest to her father. The others did not know about it at all. Han Yuan, who was looking for Zhuo Junyue and Fengjiu, frowned and glanced at him. His gaze landed on Huan Yuan's arm, and he scolded, Since you don't know anything, how dare you enter the volcano forest? Your master sent you to your deaths, and you really came. You are all brainless. Fan Yishuo and the rest of the Chai all lowered their heads and didn't dare to speak after being scolded by Han Yuan. They truly didn't think things through, especially the second master. He couldn't help but feel regret. If he knew this would happen, he wouldn't have brought them here to train. If all of them were to die here, he wouldn't be able to escape the blame, even if he returned alive. In the end, he was overconfident. He thought that he could bring his family members into the volcano forest to train because he was an immortal expert. He did not expect to encounter danger again and again. At this moment, the Chai family's doctor shook his head after examining the injured members of the Chai family. He said to Second Master Chai, Second Master Chai, they look fine now. It's just some superficial wounds. I've already asked them to treat the wounds and apply some medicine. I just don't know. He just did not know if there would be any other symptoms later. Especially when he saw that Han Yuan didn't say much. He didn't have much confidence. However, he couldn't find anything at the moment. Immortal Monarch, please tell us what will happen if we are bitten by the man-eating ants. We can prepare in advance. Second Master Chai had a bad feeling. If the bites were just superficial wounds, the Han Yuan Immortal Monarch would not look so bad. Uncle Master, Fan Yishuo also called out, looking at him uneasily. The surrounding people, whether they were bitten by the ants or not, all looked at Han Yuanzi. Han Yuan snorted when he saw everyone looking at him. He said angrily, Why are you looking at me? I don't know any medicine. Why do you think the man-eating ants are listed as one of the 5 volcanic poisons? Of course, it's because of their poison. But I did not find any traces of poison on their bodies. The doctor from the Chai family said doubtfully. He did not find any traces of poison. How could it be because of the ant's poison? Just because you did not find any traces doesn't mean there's no poison. Ordinary poison can be cured with antidotes. But this is the poison of the man-eating ant's poison. Han Yuan to Han Yuan. Chapter 2026. Many of them had been bitten by the carnivorous ants. If what he said was true, then wouldn't they be dead for sure? What can I do? I don't know any medicine. Han Yuanzi said angrily. His eyes were still looking around. He was puzzled. Where were the 2 boys? Marshal Granduncle. Can't we cure it even if we have the antidote? I just took the antidote. It's a level 4 pill. Should it work? Fan Yishuo asked. His face was pale and his heart was heavy. For a chance of survival, he had even taken the level 4 antidote his father gave him. He just didn't know if it would work. It's useless, it's useless. The reason why these man-eating ants are one of the 5 poisons of the volcano forest is because the man-eating ants here are used to the high temperature of the volcano. They are not ordinary man-eating ants, but the tail of each man-eating ant has fire poison. I have never heard of anyone who has been bitten surviving. Then we can't be saved? One of them muttered. Han Yuanzi glanced at them and stroked his beard. He said slowly, It's not that there's no hope. After hearing his words, a glimmer of hope rose in the hearts of the people who were already in despair. Immortal Monarch, please show us a way out. That little bastard. Let's see if that little bastard can save you. Hun Yuanzi snorted. Looking at these people, they didn't know that there was such a skilled little bastard in their clan, and they were still trying to save him. They were holding a life-saving treasure in their arms, but didn't know how to use it. These people had lived in vain. Little bastard? Everyone was puzzled. After thinking for a while, they asked carefully, is it Xiaojio? Who else could it be? That little bastard's medical skills are brilliant. If he wants to save you, you will naturally be able to survive. He could also cure the poison from the carnivorous ants. They believed that the fire poison of the carnivorous ants would not be difficult for him. Everyone was shocked. At this time, they looked around and found that the young man in green was not here. Even the man surnamed Zhua was not here. They couldn't help but tremble. They were focused on escaping and forgot about the young man. He couldn't have been bitten by the carnivorous ants, right? He's not here. Chai Feng also reacted. Could Xiaojio be in danger? Why aren't you with us? I'll go back and look for it. I'll go with you. The rest of you can rest here. Second Master Chai then turned to the crowd and said, if they come back, ask him to take a look at your wounds. If we can't find him, we will come back as soon as possible. With that, he turned to Hun Yuanzi and said, Immortal Monarch, please take care of the people here. We'll be back soon. Go. Thinking that the Chai family was that little bastard's clansman, Hun Yuanzi didn't show any displeasure. He just waved his hand and found a place to sit down. Although he did not have much hope for the kid's skills, he believed that the kid would not die with Zhuo Junyue, that blockhead, following him. He was probably just lost in the forest. Chapter 2027. Zhuo Junyue watched as the young man rummaged through the area. The ants have just returned to their nest. You might draw them out if you keep rummaging around. I won't, Feng Jiu replied without turning around. What are you looking for? Do you need my help? He asked as he followed behind the young man, keeping an eye on the surroundings. Purple wood grass. It should be around here. Help me look for it. Its leaves are green at the top and purple at the bottom. Its stem is purple and looks like a tree branch. See if you can find it. Feng Jiu bent down to search through the bushes. Hearing his words, Zhuo Junyue also pushed aside the grass to search around. After searching for a while, Zhuo Junyue saw the purple wood grass that Feng Jiu had mentioned earlier under a tree. He went forward and dug it out. See if this is it. Feng Jiu turned around and saw Zhuo Junyue holding a purple wood herb a few meters away. She walked forward and smiled. Not bad, this is it. Let's check again. There should be more. One is not enough. Okay. The two of them searched the area. Suddenly, they heard someone calling out to them from the forest. Xiaojio. Xiaojio. Young Master Zhua. Young Master Zhua. Xiaojio. Young Master Zhua. The two of them who had already dug up a few purple wood grass straightened their backs and looked at each other. It looks like Chai Feng. Is it enough? If it's enough, let's go back. Zhuo Junyue said. Feng Jiu looked at the purple wood grass in his hand and nodded. Yes, it's enough. Let's go. Those people probably couldn't wait any longer. Xiaojio. Xiaojio. Young Master Zhua. Where are you? Chai Feng shouted in the forest. They had followed the path they had taken earlier, but they couldn't find the two of them. Second uncle, could they have already? Chai Feng couldn't help but think of the worst. If they were surrounded by the ants, it would be difficult for them to escape. Let's keep looking. That young Master Zhua isn't an ordinary person. Even if Xiaojio isn't strong enough, young Master Zhua can still protect him, Second Elder Chai said as he continued walking forward. Feng Jiu, who was walking over, couldn't help but twitch her mouth when she heard their conversation. Was her strength not enough? Fine. Who asked her to suppress her strength to the early stage of Jindan's stage? Indeed, she did look a little weak. It was no wonder that they felt that she couldn't do it. Xiaojio. Young Master Zhua. Chai Feng couldn't help but exclaim in surprise when he saw the two men walking over. Then, he quickly stepped forward. Young Master Zhua. Xiaojio, I'm so glad you're okay. Second Master Chai heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that the two were still alive. He hurriedly said to Feng Jiu, Xiaojio, many people have been bitten by the man-eating ants. The Hun Yuan Immortal Monarch said that your medical skills can save everyone. Please save everyone. When Zhuo Junyue heard this, he felt a little strange. However, he couldn't put his finger on it, so he just looked at the young man beside him. Fengjiu smiled and said, "Let's go back first." Okay. Let's go back. The immortal monarch said that the heat poison of the man-eating ants is very powerful. I wonder how they are now. Second Master Chai said. He was also worried about his clansmen. Immediately, he led them back. Chapter 2028. Hiss. Everyone was wailing in pain, causing the people who were taking care of them to panic. The doctor from the Chai family was busy checking on their bodies, but he was also at a loss of what to do. Immortal Monarch, what should we do? The heat poison in their bodies has begun to act up. The doctor from the Chai family came to Hunyuan Zi's side and said anxiously, "There's no use asking me. I've already said that I'm not a doctor. I don't know how to cure this thing." Hunyuan Zi was not in a good mood either. Seeing those people crying out in pain, and among them were disciples from the Nebula Immortal sect, how could he feel good? But it was useless to ask him. He really had no other choice. 3 female disciples from the Nebula Immortal sect surrounded Fan Ishio, their faces full of worry. "Eldest senior brother, how are you? Can you hold on?" "I'm fine." Fan Ishio panted lightly as the heat poison in his body flared up. His entire body was scalding hot to the point where it was about to emit smoke. However, even though he was drenched in cold sweat and his face was flushed red, he had at least consumed a rank 4 detoxification pill earlier, which had somewhat alleviated the heat poison. Compared to the others who had already begun to vomit, his consciousness was still relatively clear. Eldest senior brother, the 3 girls looked at him with tears in their eyes, worried that he would die like this. Along the way, he had been taking care of them. If it was not for saving them, he would not have been bitten by the man-eating ants. The 2 men sitting next to him had dark expressions. Seeing their senior brother in such a state, they felt as if there was a fire burning in their hearts. One of them said in a deep voice, "When we return, I will definitely choose a new master. I don't want to stay at Jade Forest Mountain any longer. After leaving here, I will not return to Jade Forest Mountain. I will go home directly and have my father write a letter to the Immortal Sect." The man next to him said in a deep voice, "Entering here was the worst decision ever." Hearing their words, the 3 women wiped away their tears as well and said, "We don't want to return to Jade Forest Mountain either. Master doesn't even care about our lives. If not for eldest senior martial brother protecting us throughout the journey, we will have long lost our lives." Fan Ishio moved his lips, wanting to say something, but when the words reached his mouth, he could not say anything. The danger of this trip was far beyond their expectations. If they still couldn't see their master's attitude towards them at this moment, then they would have lived in vain. Hunyuan, who was sitting in front of them, glanced at them when he heard their words. He unscrewed the wine pot at his waist and took a sip. He snorted and said, "You don't need such a master. If you follow him, you'll die a mysterious death sooner or later." He did not care about the actions of the Jade Forest Mountain Lord either. He allowed these few juniors to enter, and did not even send a person with a stronger strength to lead them. If they had not met him, they would have long died countless of times. "Oh no, someone's dead." The doctor from a Chai family cried out in alarm. He saw a member of the Chai family vomit. His body twitched for a while before he stopped moving. He went forward to check on him and found that he was no longer breathing. He was clearly dead. Hunyuan frowned and went forward to take a look. Then he shook his head. "There's nothing I can do, even if he dies." "We're back," Chai Feng shouted from the other side of the stream. Raising his chi, he swept across the stream together with Fengjiu and the others and landed on the grassland. Chapter 2029. As soon as he finished speaking, he saw a green figure walk past him and into the middle of the crowd. Second Master Chai and the others followed. Even Hunyuan Master tugged at his beard and went forward to take a look. Fengjiu walked forward and knelt down beside the dead man. He stretched out 2 fingers to feel the artery in the man's neck and bent down to listen to his heartbeat. Then, he pressed his hands on the man's chest and gave him first aid. After 10 minutes, he took out a silver needle to open up the man's blocked airway. The man vomited violently and regained his breath. "Hiss. He's awake?" "He's not awake, he's alive." Heavens! Xiao Jio's medical skills are that good? He can even revive a person who's already dead? Instantly, everyone's shocked and excited eyes fell on Feng Jiao, especially those who had been bitten by the man-eating ants. They surrounded him. Xiao Jio, you have to save me. I was bitten by the man-eating ants. My body is burning, and I feel like I'm dying. Xiao Jio, me too. Me too. One by one, they squeezed forward. Feng Jiao could not help but frown. He stepped back and said, "Don't push. Quiet down." Hearing his words, everyone quieted down. Hope reignited in their eyes. Hunyuan Master Chai was right. Xiao Jio's medical skills were really good. The fire poison is not without an antidote. She looked at them and said, "I went to pick some herbs earlier. When I refine the herbs, you will have the antidote. The calmer your mind is, the slower the fire poison will flare up. You should sit quietly for a while." After she finished speaking, she said to the Chai family's doctor, "Uncle Chai, come and help me." Okay. The doctor hurriedly responded and followed her to the stream. Only then did Primordial Chaos sit down. He stroked his beard and said, "I told you, this little bastard must have a way." With that, he waved at Zhuo Junyue. "Come here. I have something to ask you." Zhuo Junyue looked at the young man who was sitting by the stream and taking out many things from his space. His eyes flashed. Although Feng Jiao had cured him last time, he had been in a coma. Today he saw him save a dead man with his own eyes. It seemed that his medical skills were really good. He had reached the miraculous stage of bringing the dead back to life. Hearing the old man calling him, Zhuo Junyue walked over to him and sat down beside him. "What's the matter?" he asked while keeping an eye on Feng Ix's movements. Hunyuanzi looked at him and asked, "What did you do in the end?" When Zhuo Junyue heard this, he frowned slightly. "What do you mean? What did they do after that?" "You know what I mean?" Primordial Chaos said. "Did you catch up at the back? You said you didn't know him. It seems that little bastard is picky." The more he spoke, the angrier he became. The person he wanted to take as his disciple did not care about him. Instead, he got along well with this blockhead. He really had no taste. Chapter 2030. If he had not gone back to pick herbs, these people would not have been saved. Everyone waited anxiously. After about the time it took for an incense stick to burn, they saw them come back, shaking the water bags in their hands. Come, let's have some each." The Chai family's doctor poured out half a bottle of water with medicine and handed it to one of the Chai family's disciples who had been bitten by the man-eating ants. Everyone looked at the light purple water and could not help but be startled. One of them whispered, "Is this really the antidote? Will it work?" Feng Jiao glanced at that person. "If it doesn't work, you don't have to drink it." However, the others drank the medicine under the Chai family's doctor's instructions. They were not confident. After all, the antidote looked too easy to refine, right? Although they could not see how Xiao Jio had done it, it seemed like he had only taken some herbs and added them into the water. Was that enough to make the antidote? "Drink it." Feng Jiao handed a small bottle to Fan Yixio. "Thank you." Fan Yixio took it and drank it. They rested on the spot. After about half an hour, their symptoms gradually subsided. The fire poison in their bodies dissipated, leaving only some red and swollen wounds. "It's gone. It's really gone. The burning sensation is gone." One of the Chai family's disciples said happily. He felt like he had survived a disaster. "It's really gone. My body doesn't feel so uncomfortable anymore." Another person said happily and looked at Feng Jiao. "Xiao Jio, thank you. Xiao Jio, thank you. Xiao Jio, thank you for saving us." A series of excited and joyful thanks came from the mouths of the crowd. Feng Nine smiled and said, "It's nothing." She saw that the Chai family's disciples were not bad, so she helped them. If they were evil people, she would not have saved them. "You still need to apply medicine to your wounds. Come, let me take a look." The Chai family's doctor said as he came to the side of one of the disciples and applied medicine to his wounds. "Little bastard, come here." Hunyuan sat by the stream and shouted at Feng Jiao. Hearing the words "little bastard," Feng Jiao shook her head and stood up helplessly. She walked over. "I'm not called little bastard. No one has ever dared to call me that." She looked at him with a smile, but there was an unknown meaning in her eyes. "No one dared to call you that, but that old man called you that." Hunyuan snorted and looked at the youth sitting in front of him. He asked with dissatisfaction, "Last time, you helped Junhua detoxify his poison, and you cheated this old man of a treasure. This time, you saved so many people. Why don't you get some reward from them?" "How is that the same?" Feng Zhou smiled and looked at him with narrowed eyes. "There are some things that don't need to be calculative. I've always done things according to my heart. Just like when I helped Junhua detoxify, I did on a whim. Moreover, I did mention it before I did it. I'll be rewarded." "Didn't you say you didn't know the old man?" "What? Now you remember?" The old man sat cross-legged and crossed his arms in front of his chest, snorting. "You've been reminding me along the way. How could I not remember?" She smiled and looked at him. "But so what if I remember? You can't take back what's in my hands. Moreover, I didn't cheat you to get it. It's my reward.